Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗃 on Wattpad. Now let's start. The teacher reviewed the forms submitted by the class, confirming everything was in order. He directed his attention to the 2 blonde students, Yagi and 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who had expressed their longing to become heroes. The murmurs in the background indicated the class's interest in the duo. Izumi felt annoyed that her teacher had brought it up so publicly. She glanced at 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who was visibly upset about her presence. He declared that he possessed the greatest quirk imaginable and that everyone else was beneath him. Some classmates chimed in, questioning whether Izumi's quirk was also powerful, mentioning that telekinesis was no small feat. However, they also pointed out that her brother was quirkless, which led to whispers of sympathy and embarrassment. Izumi wished to dispel the rumors but knew it would be futile. The teacher intervened, instructing 𝗵𝗃𝗲 to behave himself, to which he responded dismissively. As the lesson continued, focusing on quirks and their history, Izumi's mind wandered to her brother, Izuku. Once class ended, she hurriedly packed her belongings. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 snatched her notebook, mocking her for having one of Izuku's journals. Izumi insisted on getting it back, explaining how much she valued the information it contained. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, however, was relentless, throwing the journal out the window. Izumi cried out in frustration, trying to retrieve it, but one of 𝗵𝗃𝗲's friends tripped her, causing her to stumble. She used her quirk to catch herself and looked out the window, seeing the journal land in a nearby pond. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 warned her to abandon her brother and focus on becoming strong on her own before leaving her alone, fighting back tears. Determined, she rushed outside to find the journal, now burned and tattered, with fish mistaking it for food. She tossed some fish food into the pond to distract them and used her quirk to gently retrieve the journal, spreading its pages to dry. She sighed, contemplating how to explain the situation to her brother. The journal had been crucial for her studies, and she feared disappointing him. As she made her way to a new cafe downtown, she received a text from Izuku, sharing a picture of a delicious treat. While crossing a large storm drain, she felt a sudden grip on her wrist, pulling her in. Panic surged through her as she struggled against the hold, realizing she was trapped. The villain's voice echoed in her mind, expressing satisfaction at having found a suitable target. Just as her vision began to fade, she heard a shout, followed by a powerful explosion that freed her from the grip. When she regained consciousness, she saw a large figure hovering above her. It was All Might, the #1 hero, who expressed relief at her safety. Izumi was ecstatic, realizing she had the chance to meet him. She searched for her notebook, only to find it had already been signed. All Might apologized for her involvement in the villain's pursuit, and she thanked him, bowing in respect. Before he could leave, she desperately called out to him, needing to ask a question. All Might hesitated but was soon airborne, prompting Izumi to cling to him in panic. He managed to find a safe landing spot, and she was overwhelmed with adrenaline. All Might chastised her for her recklessness, but she insisted on asking her question. She shared her brother's struggles and asked if it was possible to become a hero without a quirk. All Might's response was disheartening. He believed it was unlikely, especially given the rise of villains. However, he suggested alternative paths, like becoming a police officer or firefighter, which, while not as glamorous, were still noble professions. As he prepared to leave, Izumi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She kicked the exit door in frustration and received a phone call from her brother. Hesitantly, she answered, knowing she would have to explain everything in person. Izuku noticed his sister's distress and paused in his tracks. Izumi admitted that while it wasn't entirely 𝗵𝗃𝗲's fault, it was part of the reason for her upset. Izuku reassured her that he was there for her, and Izumi promised she would be alright, even though she was still shaken from a previous encounter. As she continued on her way to the cafe, she encountered a roadblock with 3 heroes attempting to manage a crowd. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 shouted for everyone to step back, and Izumi, confused, asked what was happening. 𝗬𝗲𝗏𝗃 explained that a villain had taken a hostage, and they were waiting for the right hero to intervene. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 gasped in shock when she recognized the slime villain from earlier. She called out to 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁, who was in the villain's grasp, but 𝗬𝗲𝗏𝗃 warned her to stay back. Despite her fear for 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁, she felt compelled to help. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure rushing toward the villain. It was her brother, 𝗧𝗂𝗂, and she called out to him in alarm. The slime villain threatened 𝗧𝗂𝗂, but he pressed on, determined to save 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁. As he dodged the villain's attacks, he assessed the situation, realizing the villain's weak spots. With a quick decision, he threw his handbag at the villain's eye, causing it to recoil in pain. Taking advantage of the moment, 𝗧𝗂𝗂 leapt into the slime to free 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁's face. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁, surprised, shouted at 𝗧𝗂𝗂 to stop, but 𝗧𝗂𝗂 insisted he needed to help. Just as he began to pull 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 free, the slime started to move again, ensnaring him. 𝗧𝗂𝗂 felt a wave of panic as the villain laughed at his futile attempt to be a hero. The slime loomed closer, but then he saw 𝗧𝗵𝗲 using her quirk to hold it back. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 free, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was straining to maintain her grip. The villain threatened them, but just then, the number one hero, 𝗬𝗏𝗃, arrived, declaring his presence. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, overwhelmed, released her hold, and as she stumbled back, 𝗧𝗂𝗂 caught her. The villain, furious, was swiftly defeated by 𝗬𝗏𝗃, who effortlessly dismantled it. The crowd erupted in cheers, praising the hero. 𝗧𝗂𝗂, feeling a mix of relief and frustration, checked on 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who was worried about his well-being. She noticed his injuries and offered him a tissue, which he accepted gratefully. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed her concern for his reckless actions, but 𝗧𝗂𝗂 urged her to wait until they were somewhere private to discuss it. 𝗬𝗲𝗏𝗃 approached, furious and demanding to know what 𝗧𝗂𝗂 was thinking. 𝗧𝗂𝗂 defended his actions, pointing out the flaws in the hero's approach and how they had hesitated while lives were at stake. He expressed his frustration with the hero's inaction and walked away, with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 following closely behind. As they moved away, 𝗬𝗏𝗃 overheard their conversation and began to reflect on the truth in 𝗧𝗂𝗂's words. The scene shifted to a dark memory, where a young boy was left alone amidst devastation, his body glowing with a mysterious light. The boy's cries echoed in the emptiness, a stark contrast to the chaos around him. Snapping back to reality, 𝗧𝗂𝗂 felt the weight of his emotions and physical exhaustion. He sat down on a nearby bench, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 rushed to his side, concerned for his well-being. She offered him her earbuds, playing a calming song to help ease his distress. As his breathing steadied, he reassured her that he was all right. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 was trying to push past 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to reach 𝗧𝗂𝗂. She used her quirk to stop him, demanding to know why he wanted to see her brother. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 insisted he didn't need 𝗧𝗂𝗂's help, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 argued that he did. Their heated exchange ended with 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 storming off, grumbling about needing his sister to save him, leaving 𝗧𝗵𝗲 shaken but determined to stand by her brother. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she reflected on her brother's situation. She couldn't understand why she had thought he wasn't entirely bad, especially after the life-threatening event they had just experienced. Turning to her brother, who had his eyes closed and was mumbling to himself, she expressed her remorse. She whispered an apology, feeling the weight of the moment. 𝗧𝗂𝗂 reassured her, stating that it wasn't her fault that their companion was behaving this way. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 felt frustrated, believing that their friend should not project his insecurities and anger onto 𝗧𝗂𝗂. She hesitated before asking if they could go home, to which 𝗧𝗂𝗂 agreed. As they made their way back, they passed by Mustafa Park, an oddly placed facility that caught 𝗧𝗵𝗲's attention. She remarked that the place always seemed out of sync with everything around it. 𝗧𝗂𝗂 nodded in agreement, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 continued, sharing what she had heard about a fire that had occurred there, which supposedly never burned out. This was the reason for the facility's existence, to contain the remnants of that incident. 𝗧𝗂𝗂 suggested that it could also be a case of corporate expansion, to which 𝗧𝗵𝗲 conceded. Upon reaching home, they entered together. 𝗧𝗂𝗂 requested to speak first, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 protested, insisting that they were both in trouble. Her words faltered when she saw their parents looking at her with stern expressions. Their father called out to 𝗧𝗂𝗂, while their mother addressed 𝗧𝗵𝗲, directing them to the table. Izuku reached over to squeeze Izumi's shoulder, offering her reassurance. Izumi felt a knot in her stomach as she prepared for what was about to unfold. The argument that ensued was the longest she had ever experienced. She sat in silence, unable to find the words to express herself, as her brother and parents engaged in a heated exchange. Yagi raised his voice, expressing his frustration about the situation, emphasizing the danger Izuku had put both himself and Izumi in. Overwhelmed, she felt the urge to cover her ears and block out the noise. Suddenly, Izuku's voice cut through the tension as he defended his actions, insisting that he had acted out of necessity to save a friend in peril, while the heroes had stood idly by. He felt that if he hadn't intervened, her friend would have faced a dire fate. The argument escalated until Inko, unable to take it any longer, shouted for them to stop. The room fell silent, and the stillness stretched on, feeling like an eternity. Inko finally spoke, acknowledging Izuku's bravery and the frustration he felt towards the heroes in action. She understood his emotions but also expressed her concern about him involving Izumi in such a dangerous situation. Izuku sighed, feeling the weight of his mother's words. Inko then gently told Izumi to go to her room, assuring her that they would talk later. With a small smile from Izuku, she reluctantly headed upstairs, locking herself in her room. As she sank onto her bed, guilt washed over her. She felt a chill from the tension of the argument and questioned why her family couldn't understand Izuku's perspective. Why did he bear the burden of blame? As she listened to the ongoing discussion downstairs, primarily her father's voice, she contemplated eavesdropping but hesitated, fearful of what she might hear. Izuku's voice suddenly rang out, filled with emotion as he declared that Yagi was not acting as a father in that moment. The last words shouted created a heavy silence that felt almost deafening. As she heard movement on the stairs, her brother's door slammed shut. Izumi felt frustrated. Things had not gone well. Izuku, feeling the weight of pain in his chest, slammed his door too. He struggled to stand but found it impossible. To distract himself from the agony, he played a song on his phone, a melody that helped ease his suffering. He breathed heavily, wishing he could cry, feeling close to breaking down. Yet, he knew he had to keep moving, to keep breathing. He whispered to himself to endure. In a flashback, he remembered being in the doctor's office with his father while his mother was busy at work. Nervousness filled him as he asked his father if he was a monster. Hisashi, kneeling to meet his gaze, reassured him that he was not a monster and that he had done what he could to protect himself. Izuku wondered why he was back at the doctor's office, thinking he was quirkless. Hisashi explained that he was taking him to someone who could help him understand what was happening. Izuku recalled the pain that surged through him, causing panic. Hisashi urged him to calm down and endure, signaling for the nurse to help. The pain felt like fire coursing through his body, and he could only see a distant light flickering in the background. As the flashback faded, Izuku managed to calm himself and lay down on his bed, not bothering to change out of his clothes before falling asleep. A distant light seemed to dwell in his heart, fed by his pain and despair. When he woke up, his phone alarm blared. He reached for a capsule of pills from his bedside drawer, swallowing one to help ease the pain. Feeling a bit better, he got up to take a shower, his limbs sore from the previous day's events. He grumbled to himself about his body as he made his way to the bathroom, leaning against the wall for support. In another flashback, he remembered his father talking to 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄, a small man whose words were hard for him to grasp at the time. Hisashi expressed concern over 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗄's implications about Izuku's power, which seemed to carry a heavy burden. Izuku sighed, wondering what his father would say about his actions the day before. He had always dreamed of being a hero, wanting to be strong and selfless like Hisashi. But after being diagnosed as quirkless at a young age, he felt the weight of that label. His mother had not been around much, and the loss of his father in a villain attack had left him with deep scars. He remembered his father's words to endure the pain, a promise he made to himself to keep smiling despite everything. He had tried to discover his quirk, but all he knew was the drawback. Any form of stress, whether mental or physical, would cause him immense pain. The grief from his father's death had landed him in the hospital after he passed out from the stress. He had also faced bullying from classmates, which became unbearable when they mentioned his father, leading to another hospital visit. Snapping back to reality, he prepared to leave for the day. School was over, and he had some time to himself. As he got ready, he overheard 𝗧𝗵𝗲 talking about training with Yagi. He knew 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had great potential as a hero. However, he worried that the slime incident might hinder her progress. Before leaving, he paused when Yagi called out to him. Izuku chose not to respond, but Yagi asked where he was going. Izuku mentioned an appointment with 𝗧𝗂𝗁, which caused Yagi to show concern. Izuku reassured him that it was nothing to worry about and left, leaving Yagi speechless. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 waited in the truck for her father, reflecting on how her brother had been punished. She felt irritation at how their mother placed most of the blame on him. Although she was aware of Izuku's condition, she often wondered if she truly cared for him. She recalled a time she had asked about it, only to be met with annoyance, and decided to drop the topic. As she snapped out of her thoughts, she saw her brother walking out, ignoring their father once again, likely heading to the clinic after putting his body through so much stress. Yagi shook his head in frustration before entering the truck, muttering about Izuku. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 remained silent as Yagi announced they were going to Dagobah Beach. She expressed her disbelief, noting that the place was filled with trash, but Yagi assured her that she would understand soon enough. As she drove away, she opened the window slightly to feel the refreshing breeze. Yagi explained that becoming a hero was not as simple as it seemed. There were numerous responsibilities to uphold. He emphasized the importance of maintaining physical strength and conditioning the mind for any situation that might arise. One needed the endurance to chase down a villain who could evade every attempt to capture them. Relying solely on adrenaline was not enough. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed her surprise at Yagi's knowledge, thinking that Izuku was the only one well-versed in hero matters. Yagi acknowledged Izuku's talent for analyzing quirks but pointed out that such skills alone would not make someone a great hero. He mentioned the slime incident, noting that Izuku had told him his legs had moved on their own, which Yagi felt was not a valid excuse for putting 𝗧𝗵𝗲 in danger. After some reflection and discussion, he decided to leave it at that. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 questioned how cleaning up a place filled with trash would help her become a great hero. Yagi simply stated that she would be cleaning up the mess. He instructed her to gather all the junk into one pile and load it into the back of the pickup truck for proper disposal. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 realized she would be exhausted after this task. Meanwhile, Izuku arrived at downtown Mustafa, feeling increasingly fatigued. The walk to the station had drained him, and he struggled to keep moving, determined not to end up bedridden. As he navigated through the crowd, he noticed a new hero debut, which was drawing attention. The announcer introduced 𝗵𝗃, a giantess who could stop crime effortlessly. Izuku felt uncomfortable with her poses, recalling that she had once allowed a child to be harmed in the line of duty. Frustrated, he muttered that if he were in charge, things would be different. As he tried to maneuver through the crowd, he suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. Grasping for support, he inadvertently grabbed onto someone, who nudged him away. He attempted to hum a familiar tune to calm himself, but it provided little relief. A concerned stranger lifted him, placing an arm around his shoulder. Izuku struggled to communicate, pointing towards the clinic. The stranger understood and helped him to the clinic, where they encountered the receptionist, who recognized Izuku and quickly called for assistance. Once freed from the stranger's hold, he heard her express relief that he had arrived in time. As he lay there, he caught a glimpse of the stranger's face, which seemed oddly familiar, reminding him of a character from a video game. He managed to thank the stranger before they left. The receptionist, 𝗬𝗓𝗄, snapped her fingers in front of him to get his attention, and he grunted in response. She instructed the staff to take him to a room, emphasizing that Sensei needed to be informed about his condition. As he focused on a distant glow in his vision, everything faded to black. "Do you feel the fire burning within you?" 𝗧𝗵𝗲 finally managed to pull the second refrigerator out from the ground. She had been denied the use of her quirk, which she thought was meant to help her improve, but instead, it was just her strength and endurance that were being tested. Confused about her father's intentions, she glanced to the side and saw him doing pull-ups on the dock. Despite his frail appearance, he was impressive, though he suddenly coughed, BLD escaping his lips. Concerned, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 urged him not to overdo it, but he reassured her that it was nothing to worry about and insisted they weren't finished yet. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 struggled, feeling the weight of her task. She managed to get the item out of the sand and was shocked to discover it was a washing machine. Frustrated, she secured a rope around it and began dragging it with all her might. Her father reminded her to breathe steadily, warning that holding her breath would make her faint. She focused on maintaining a rhythm, though it was exhausting. Finally, after dragging it to the small pile she had started, her father announced a break. She collapsed onto the ground, not caring how she looked, drenched in sweat and covered in beach sand, which was notoriously difficult to remove. As she sat up, shaking the sand from her hair, her thoughts drifted to Izuku. She noticed how he had been stumbling more than usual and felt a strong urge to be by his side, especially if he was going to the clinic. Her father, sensing her concern, handed her a large jug of water, and she nodded in response. He sighed, acknowledging that Izuku didn't seem to like him and admitted that he was troubled by the lack of communication regarding Izuku's condition, only knowing what 𝗧𝗵𝗲's mother had told him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 recalled how Izuku had become cynical and was in so much pain. She remembered their childhood arguments, especially one that had gone too far, leaving her with regret after seeing him in a state of distress, his skin pale. She wished for the chance to spend time with him during her time at 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. Her father encouraged her, suggesting that it shouldn't interfere with their time together, as Izuku didn't have much time left either. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed her longing to help him, feeling helpless in the face of his suffering. Her father reassured her that Izuku's doctor was well informed about his condition and would eventually find a solution. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's heart sank at the thought of losing her brother, but her father encouraged her to focus on their work. Determined, she resolved to protect everyone and become the greatest hero, not just for the world, but specifically for her brother. Meanwhile, darkness enveloped Izuku as he found himself in a void, hearing nothing but the wind flowing through him. The crackling sound became apparent, and he struggled to see his own body. Slowly, he looked up to see a distant light flickering like a dying star. As the wind intensified, the light grew brighter, transforming into a golden flame that beckoned him to reach out. Just then, a sharp pain in his chest forced him to kneel. He looked down to see a light emanating from within him, a flame residing in his heart. The warmth spread through his left hand, which glowed like embers, providing a momentary relief from the pain before it returned. Suddenly, he awoke, squinting against the bright lights. He found himself in a bed, bandages wrapped around his hands and a peculiar black cuff on his wrist. He wasn't restrained, but the cuff felt strange. A nurse entered, informing him that he was in the clinic and that Dr. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 was with another patient. Izuku, confused and with fragmented memories, asked how he got there. The nurse explained that a young man had brought him in and reassured him that he had only been unconscious for a couple of hours. As she left, Izuku lay back down, pondering the strange dream he had experienced, the distant light and the yellow flame that seemed to be connected to his heart, the source of his pain. Just then, Dr. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 entered with a clipboard, his demeanor serious. Izuku greeted him, and the doctor inquired about his pain level. To Izuku's surprise, he found that the pain felt less intense. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 confirmed that the treatment had worked, revealing that the cuff was a quirk suppression device. Izuku's heart raced as he realized that his suspicions about his quirk were true. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 explained that his quirk was the primary source of his pain, something abnormal with characteristics never seen before. Izuku demanded to know what this meant, and 𝗧𝗪𝗀 revealed that his quirk was dangerous, causing concern to rise within him. He had always known that his quirk was the source of his suffering, as it caused his body temperature to reach perilous levels. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 continued, explaining that when Izuku was 4 years old, his father had brought him in for a diagnosis. The usual tests had shown that while he lacked a joint in his pinky toe, his BLD contained quirk cells, albeit in very low amounts. It wasn't until he turned 6 that his quirk began to manifest, coinciding with the day of his father's death. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 had conducted further tests and discovered that Izuku's quirk cell count had increased significantly, surpassing that of an average adult. However, the drawback was that stress, both physical and mental, intensified the pain he experienced. Izuku felt a wave of despair wash over him as he realized the implications of Ujiko's words. He had always felt like a burden, cursed for being different. Desperate for answers, he urged Ujiko to explain what was happening to him. The golden yellow glow was captivating. One of the assistants had taken photographs, and when the images were handed over, he was taken aback by the sight of those eyes. His eyes, radiating a golden hue. Ujiko explained that the brightness had diminished after painkillers were administered, but it eventually returned to normal. Izuku felt a surge of frustration as he questioned why this secret had been kept from him, insisting that he deserved to know the truth. He struggled to contain his anger, aware that it only intensified his pain. Ujiko, with a serious demeanor, revealed that he had made a promise to Izuku's father to keep certain truths hidden until Izuku reached a specific age. The mention of the assistant who had taken the photographs sent a chill down Izuku's spine, filling him with dread. He hesitated, asking what had happened to her. Ujiko's response was chilling. After taking the photos, she had entered a frenzied state, expressing a longing to touch the distant light that Izuku possessed. Tragically, she was later found deceased in one of the offices. The realization that his quirk had caused this shook Izuku to his core, and he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Ujiko continued, explaining that the assistant's eyes had glowed bright yellow before they had burst and turned to liquid. The weight of this revelation was unbearable for Izuku, who fought back tears, grappling with the knowledge that his abilities had led to someone's death. He questioned why the authorities had not been informed, fearing that he was a danger to others. Ujiko's cryptic response only fueled Izuku's anxiety, as he expressed his frustration about being treated like a weapon. As Ujiko prepared to administer another cuff, Izuku felt a momentary relief from the pain. Ujiko expressed a longing to share more information, but he was bound by his promise to Izuku's father, who had only wanted his son to live a normal life, free from confinement. Izuku's reaction was one of disbelief, and Ujiko revealed that, given Izuku's current condition, he would likely live until the age of 30. This news left Izuku speechless, and Ujiko urged him to consider how to handle this information, suggesting that he might want to keep it from his parents for now. Meanwhile, Izumi struggled to crawl into her room, feeling exhausted and unable to move. She knocked on the wall, hoping for a response from her brother, but there was only silence. Concerned, she checked the time and realized it was nearing midnight. Ignoring her fatigue, she opened her door to look for Izuku, fearing he might be in trouble. When she discovered his bed empty, panic set in. She rushed to find their father, who was asleep on the couch, the television still broadcasting the news. Izumi shook her father awake, urgently informing him that Izuku was not home. After checking the time, Yagi realized the gravity of the situation. Izumi's frantic words spilled out, expressing her fears for her brother's safety. Yagi calmed her down, assuring her that they would search for Izuku. He quickly got the truck ready, and they set out into the night, driving through the neighborhood in hopes of finding him. As they drove, Izumi muttered to herself, urging her brother to return. Yagi reminded her to stay calm, explaining that panicking would not help them find Izuku. With a deep breath, Izumi focused on her breathing, repeating a calming mantra. Yagi asked if she knew where Izuku might be, and she suggested several places he could have gone, including the clinic or a nearby cafe. They soon arrived at the cemetery, where the atmosphere felt eerie at night. Izumi's apprehension grew, but Yagi reassured her as they approached a large grave adorned with flowers and gifts. There, they found Izuku, passed out in the midst of it all. Izumi rushed to him, calling his name, while Yagi expressed gratitude to the security personnel who had let them in. As Izumi shook Izuku awake, she noticed his red, puffy eyes, indicating he had been crying. Concerned, she asked why he was there instead of home. Izuku apologized, explaining that he needed some space. Izumi's worry turned to relief as she hugged him tightly, her emotions spilling over. Izuku comforted her, assuring her that he just needed a break from the overwhelming events of the day. From a distance, Yagi observed the cuffs on Izuku's arms, recognizing them as quirk-suppressant cuffs. He understood the implications of this and knew that Ujiko must have discovered something significant. Izumi, feeling uneasy in the cemetery, requested to leave, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 agreed, taking one last glance at the statue of 𝗬𝗲𝗏 before they departed. As they exited, Yagi warned 𝗧𝗂𝘁 that they would have a serious conversation later. Unbeknownst to them, a glowing yellow rock nearby flickered before dimming, cracking, and beginning to melt. Deep underground, the sound of medical equipment echoed, and a small figure, Dr. 𝗔𝗂𝘁, was busy analyzing data on a computer, surrounded by test tubes and a large chamber housing an unknown creature. The cold, menacing tone of the voice sent a chill through anyone who heard it, but not for Dr. 𝗔𝗂𝘁. He calmly acknowledged that the subject was aware of the general aspects of his quirk, though the finer details had yet to be discussed. The voice instructed him to continue the research, emphasizing that while the power had its uses, it was not worth the risk of allowing it to roam free in the world. It needed to be contained. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 responded affirmatively, understanding the gravity of the situation. He reflected on the previous encounter with 𝗬𝗲𝗏, recognizing that despite the challenges posed by the individual, the deal made was not without merit. After ending the call, 𝗔𝗂𝘁 turned his attention back to the computer screen, where data was displayed. The chart indicated, Number 115, Patient. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 Quirk. The flame of frenzy, description. Clearance required drawback. Any form of stress, trauma, or negative emotions will induce a painful state in the body. The greater the stress or trauma, the more intense the pain becomes. New information. The subject has now fully exhibited the flame in the torso region, noted above the part. The skin surrounding the chest area has darkened and bears resemblance to burn marks. The patient has recently been informed about the general properties of his quirk but has not reacted positively, as expected. However, the song provided by Trina, the local saint at Mustafa Church, has proven effective in managing the pain levels. Further testing is required to reach the potential goal. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 paused while finishing the report, removing his glasses to cover his eyes as he sighed in frustration. He had a fondness for the boy, of course. Under different circumstances, he would have felt no sympathy or empathy for those who had been harmed. Yet, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 must have softened over time. Otherwise, he could have simply eliminated him and harvested his quirk. Perhaps it was the quirk that had changed him. Who could say? Considering its properties brought back memories. Hisashi had once insisted that 𝗔𝗂𝘁 keep a secret, warning him about the implications of the situation. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 had cautioned that it was unwise to treat the matter lightly, explaining the nature of the entity involved. Hisashi had firmly stated that the being in question was his son and urged 𝗔𝗂𝘁 to reconsider his perspective. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 maintained that in times like these, a dangerous quirk as destructive as this needed to be reported to the proper authorities. Hisashi had dismissed that notion, reminding 𝗔𝗂𝘁 of the harsh realities of how they treated individuals like his son. In fact, it was no different from what he used to do, 𝗔𝗂𝘁 noted, acknowledging Hisashi's perceptiveness for once. Hisashi expressed his longing to avoid an argument, insisting that the matter remain confidential and that the agency should not find out. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 questioned what he would tell the boy, recognizing that he would need to learn the truth eventually. Hisashi resolved to tell him himself when he was of age and ready, doubting that his wife would understand. He didn't want his son to be treated differently for something beyond his control, believing his father would agree. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 conceded, stating he would inform the boy that his quirk was malformed, an abnormality gone wrong. However, he also had to break the news that the boy would not live to reach adulthood. Hisashi emphasized the importance of allowing his son to live a normal life, given the limited time he had. He wanted to ensure the boy had everything to live for. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 remarked on Hisashi's usual corny sentiments, indicating he would take care of the aftermath. As 𝗔𝗂𝘁 observed the assistant affected by 𝗧𝗂𝘁's quirk, he shook his head, contemplating the potential consequences if the quirk ever awakened. After a brief flashback, he opened a drawer, pulled out a notebook, wrote a few notes, and then left for the day, muttering a prayer that the boy wouldn't succumb to the pain. Izumi had not let go of 𝗧𝗂𝘁 since they found him in the cemetery. Although 𝗧𝗂𝘁 found her clinginess annoying, her worried and scared demeanor quickly overshadowed his irritation. As she fell asleep during the drive home, the journey was uneventful. When they arrived, he nudged her awake, and she groggily responded. He encouraged her to get up, and as he stepped out, he stumbled slightly, catching himself on the railing leading to the front door. 𝗧𝗑𝗄 opened the door and instructed 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to go to her room. She asked if he would yell at 𝗧𝗑𝗄, to which he assured her he would be fine, ruffling her hair with a familiar smile. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, still doubtful about the situation, hugged him one last time before heading upstairs to her room, falling asleep almost immediately. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗑𝗄 and 𝗧𝗑𝗄 exchanged glances, both hesitant about what to say first. 𝗧𝗑𝗄 expressed his understanding of 𝗧𝗑𝗄's pain, sharing that he knew what it was like to live with it daily. He urged 𝗧𝗑𝗄 not to worry them like that and to at least call before disappearing. 𝗧𝗑𝗄 remained silent, and 𝗧𝗑𝗄 mentioned that his mother had been worried too. 𝗧𝗑𝗄 scoffed at that, taking a seat in a chair, expressing his disbelief that she cared. 𝗧𝗑𝗄 admonished him for speaking about his mother that way, reminding him that she did care. 𝗧𝗑𝗄 retorted that she had quickly moved on after his father's death. 𝗧𝗑𝗄 sighed, stating that while 𝗧𝗑𝗄 could voice his feelings, he needed to follow the house rules while living there. 𝗧𝗑𝗄 sarcastically dismissed this, questioning how he was supposed to establish his mindset when he was in constant pain. 𝗧𝗑𝗄 pressed him about his visit to the clinic, to which 𝗧𝗑𝗄 responded that the toll from the slime incident could have left him crippled. 𝗧𝗑𝗄 insisted he wouldn't indulge in that argument, simply wanting 𝗧𝗑𝗄 to adhere to the rules. 𝗧𝗑𝗄 reluctantly agreed, but as he attempted to stand, he felt a familiar burning sensation in his legs, a warning that he shouldn't be walking much. He shook it off and slowly made his way upstairs. Once in his room, he lay down, feeling the pain intensify. He focused on controlling his breathing to calm his nerves before it escalated further. Suddenly, he heard a knock and smiled slightly, responding with a knock of his own. He felt guilty for worrying his sister, acknowledging that their situation was beyond both of them. The fear of his growing pain loomed over him, and he theorized that it meant his quirk was possibly strengthening. He repeated to himself to try to sleep and retrieved his headphones, playing a song to help him drift off again. In his dreams, he found himself in a pitch-black abyss, but this time, his body was illuminated. He looked down at his chest, noticing a yellow glow emanating from it, growing brighter until everything around him shone. His entire body felt as if it were burning, yet it remained unchanged. Confused, he questioned why this was happening. As the flames intensified, he felt a pressure in his head, clenching in agony. The pain overshadowed everything else, and he screamed out in desperation, determined to endure. Suddenly, he woke up with a start, looking down at himself to find no changes, no burning and no flames. At least, that's what he thought. He sighed in relief, but then heard a cracking sound. Looking at his hand, he noticed a faint glow on his 3 fingers, sending chills down his spine. Panicking, he fell out of bed as the glow brightened, searching for the suppression cuff and putting it on, watching the light fade slowly. He calmed himself, but the glow eventually disappeared, leaving him on the floor, trying to process what had just occurred. Overwhelmed, he broke down, questioning why this was happening to him before exhaustion took over, and he fell asleep. The next day, 𝗧𝗑𝗄 called for 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to train again. She groaned, feeling that even a small movement might cause her to cramp again. 𝗧𝗑𝗄 encouraged her, reminding her that building muscle was essential for a hero. He instructed her to eat something her mother had prepared, and she managed to give him a thumbs up before he left the room. Taking it slow, she stood up, still wobbly from the previous training, and made her way downstairs. Seeing her mother at the table with a plate ready, she greeted her with a morning wish, trying to avoid another cramp. 𝗧𝗪𝗄 inquired about her training, seemingly unaware of the turmoil 𝗧𝗑𝗄 was experiencing. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 replied that it had been demanding, and 𝗧𝗪𝗄 reassured her that such challenges were necessary for a hero, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a routine. As 𝗧𝗵𝗲 glanced around the kitchen, she noticed something missing and asked where 𝗧𝗑𝗄's plate was. 𝗧𝗪𝗄 reassured 𝗧𝗵𝗲, telling her not to worry about him at that moment, assuring her that he would be all right. With a sigh, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 finished her thoughts and climbed back into the truck, ready for another round of training. 𝗧𝗑𝗄, noticing her eagerness, teased her as he started driving. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 then inquired if her mother was aware of what had happened the previous night. 𝗧𝗑𝗄 admitted that he hadn't told her, explaining that he knew she would become frantic, doing everything possible to ensure he was okay. Izumi argued that he deserved that care, recalling how he had been at the cemetery. Yagi expressed his reluctance to discuss the matter further, while Izumi pressed on, questioning whether he had even checked his room. Yagi confirmed that he had, but the room was empty. He explained that he had dealt with this long enough to understand that he was trying to find his own way, a path he clearly did not want Yagi and Inko to be a part of. He was trying to work through his feelings, otherwise, she would have reached out to help him. But since he didn't, she decided to leave it alone. With that thought, she took out her phone and noticed a message from Bakugo. Choosing to ignore it, she blocked him, especially after the incident he caused on her last day. In a flashback, Izumi recalled the moment she finally found the courage to hand her brother the notebook as they walked home. Despite her efforts to preserve it, the notebook was in poor condition. Izuku struggled to find the right words as he saw his sister in tears, feeling guilty about what had happened. She explained the situation that led to the notebook's state. He reassured her, saying it was all right. Although he was upset about the destruction, he didn't blame her. He knew she would never intentionally cause such damage. In fact, he mentioned that he needed to make a few changes anyway, which could be seen as a silver lining. Izumi felt a sense of relief, realizing that everything would be fine, as it usually was. The flashback faded, and Izumi sighed silently as she found herself at the beach once again, bracing herself for another challenging experience. Meanwhile, Izuku sat on a bench overlooking the city skyline, finding solace in the view. The area was mostly empty, with only a few strangers passing by. He looked down at his hands, noticing the one that was glowing. For a brief moment, it felt like he was holding it above a blazing fire, the heat radiating from it. But then, the sensation subsided, and the pain began to ease. A morbid curiosity took hold of him, tempting him to remove the cuffs and channel the flame. He knew he should have gone to the beach for this, but he dreaded the thought of encountering Izumi while trying to control it. The last thing he wanted was to subject her to the chaos that the flame could unleash. With a hesitant resolve, he removed the first cuff. Instantly, a surge of pain coursed through him, causing him to grunt as he struggled to control his breathing. Despite the sunlight, he could see his fingers starting to glow, the tips brightening painfully, reminiscent of metal heating up. He focused intensely on his hand, determined to command the flame. He urged the flame to obey him, but a wave of pain overwhelmed him, forcing him to double over, clutching his hand. Then, just like that, the pain ceased, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face as he noticed the crackling sound. Looking at his hand, he saw the yellow flame flickering brightly, an eerie glow without any smoke, just a yellow haze radiating from it. In that moment he felt the power surge within him, and although fear crept in, it only fueled the flame, causing it to grow more intense. Realizing it was spiraling out of control, he quickly reached for the cuff to contain it, and the flame began to subside. Breathing heavily, he leaned against the bench, sweat trickling down his face. For a fleeting moment, he had felt nothing. No pain, no ache, no headaches, just a brief reprieve from the suffering he had endured for years. As he composed himself, wiping away his tears, he heard a commotion nearby. Two voices were debating animatedly about the merits of using a great sword versus dexterity. One of them insisted that strength builds were superior, while the other argued for dexterity. Izuku felt a twinge of nervousness as they approached, unsure of what to expect from the lively discussion. Izuku felt a mix of confusion and surprise as he took in the appearance of the two individuals before him. Mirio recognized him from the parade and expressed his disbelief. Izuku acknowledged their previous encounter, mentioning his gratitude for Mirio's help at the clinic. The girl beside Mirio playfully punched his shoulder, scolding him for leaving without ensuring Izuku's safety. Mirio defended himself, stating that the doctor assured him Izuku would be fine. Izuku confirmed that he was feeling better and shifted the conversation to their interests. He explained that he believed both playstyles were equal, though he typically preferred a dexterity and faith build. Mirio was impressed to learn that Izuku understood their discussion. Izuku then mentioned having another character focused on strength and intelligence, which intrigued Mirio. As they settled onto a bench, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 found himself engaged in a lengthy conversation with them, something he had never experienced before. Typically, he was alone, with his sister 𝗧𝗵𝗲 often preoccupied with her own friends. Mirio introduced himself and his companion, 𝗬𝗬, who humorously claimed to keep Mirio in check. They exchanged light banter, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 felt a sense of camaraderie. Curious about their quirks, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 asked them to share. Mirio explained his quirk, permeation, which allowed him to phase through objects but left him momentarily blind. 𝗬𝗬 revealed his quirk, superquasar, which enabled him to unleash powerful energy beams that resembled exploding star clusters but could be dangerous if not controlled. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 was fascinated but also concerned about the potential risks involved. When the conversation turned to 𝗧𝗂𝘁's quirk, he hesitated, feeling reluctant to share his struggles. He described himself as technically quirkless, explaining that his quirk had developed improperly and caused him pain instead of granting him powers. Mirio and 𝗬𝗬 expressed sympathy, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 reassured them that he had learned to cope with it. As the sun began to set, 𝗬𝗬 remarked on the time, prompting Mirio to suggest they head back to avoid trouble. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 wished them safety and was taken aback when they handed him their contact information, insisting on walking with him to ensure he reached home safely. He was touched by their kindness, feeling a warmth he had not experienced before. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 shared his address, leading the way as they walked together. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was struggling with debris at a training site, frustrated by the endless work. Her father, Yagi, encouraged her, reminding her that cleanliness would eventually lead to a more manageable environment. As they worked together, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 thought about her brother and hoped he was doing well. Yagi warned 𝗧𝗵𝗲 that once she entered her schedule would become demanding, leaving her less time at home. She understood that 𝗧𝗂𝘁 would want her to pursue her dreams, but she felt conflicted about their time together. Back with 𝗧𝗂𝘁, he expressed his gratitude to Mirio and 𝗬𝗬 for their support. They encouraged him to reach out if he needed anything and offered to introduce him to others. As they parted ways, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 felt the sense of disbelief and hope, holding onto the pieces of paper with their contact information. He leaned against the facility, contemplating his next steps. He knew he needed help to control his powers, but the thought of becoming a hero seemed out of reach. Perhaps there was another path he could explore, one that would allow him to make a difference without compromising his safety. In the house, he could hear the chatter of his parents and sister. Ignoring the noise, he went upstairs to his room, locking the door as usual. He opened the closet and pulled out a well-sealed box, carefully removing the tape. As he pried it open, he revealed an 𝗧𝗪, his father's old sword. It was in good condition, and as he pulled it from the sheath, he caught a glimpse of his reflection. With a gulp, he sheathed the sword and shoved the empty box under his bed, feeling its weight but managing to handle it. He sighed, then glanced at his phone, noticing a notification. A villain alert had been issued for his area, warning him to stay indoors and seek shelter immediately. The message detailed that a known villain, referred to as the hero killer, had been spotted nearby. This situation felt reckless and dangerous, but he decided to keep the 𝗧𝗪 with him. After taking 2 painkillers, he crawled out of the window, jumping onto the tree next to it, and began his search for the supposed villain. He had a few ideas about where to look, particularly for the hero known as Rook. Rook had named himself after a chess piece, and his quirk allowed him to reinforce surfaces with metal or other substances. He often boasted about his agency whenever he could, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 had seen him around before. The hero killer might be looking for Rook. As he wandered down the street, he heard dogs barking in the distance, followed by the sound of screaming. Steadying himself, he moved toward the noise, spotting abandoned police cars. The officers had locked down the area, preventing him from going through. He sneaked around, breathing heavily as the pain in his body began to intensify. He reminded himself to stay calm and made his way to another path, heading toward one of the storm drains. Climbing down, he overheard the officers speaking. They expressed frustration over not finding the villain, speculating whether being punched by all might had been enough to stop him. They mentioned that pieces of the villain were scattered everywhere, and Rook was on his way to assist with the blockade situation. One officer questioned if anyone could be hiding in the drains, dismissing the idea with a laugh. He felt a chill run down his spine as he found himself in the drain. There was no turning back now, he had to keep moving forward. Thoughts raced through his mind about what they had said. He recalled the moment he had been struck by All Might and how he was still free. Suddenly he stopped, realizing something was off. Green slime began to drip ominously behind him. The villain, known as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 appeared, taunting him with a sinister tone. As he turned around, tendrils wrapped around him, and he struggled to break free, but it was futile. He stammered, searching for words, but found himself speechless. The villain continued to mock him, claiming he would ensure his demise would be slow and painful. Izuku felt a wave of pain wash over him, particularly in his throat. The villain glanced at his cuffs, noticing some of the slime had started to turn into liquid. He laughed, realizing Izuku possessed a quirk. With a swift motion, he ripped the cuffs off, and Izuku's eyes widened in shock as they were discarded. The pain intensified, spreading throughout his entire body, making him feel as if his skin was burning. The villain continued his menacing speech, promising to display Izuku's body for his family to see, but Izuku was too consumed by agony to hear the words clearly. Then, something extraordinary happened. A voice echoed in his mind, urging him to unleash his power. As he screamed, his eyes glowed brightly, captivating the villain. The slime halted before shaking violently. Driven by instinct, Izuku reached out to the villain's eye, making contact with the embers from his hand. The slime expelled and steamed as he maintained his grip, and he let out a primal howl, his eyes shining even brighter. A wave of yellow energy surged through the area, igniting everything around him. The villain howled in agony as his eye transformed into a golden hue, swelling and pulsating. In a panic, he muttered about the light, desperate to escape it. The yellow haze emanated from Izuku's eye, and embers began to scatter. The flames grew brighter, causing the slime to steam until only the swollen, golden eye remained. Izuku collapsed, covering his eyes as his head throbbed painfully. He crawled toward the discarded cuffs, managing to put one on, but it barely quelled the glow. Desperately searching for the last cuff, he struggled to stand, using the wall for support. He noticed the concrete beneath him cracking and burning with a golden light as he moved. With determination, he grabbed the 𝗧𝗏𝗍, ignoring the potential consequences of his quirk. Each step he took left a trail of burns behind him. Finally, he found the last cuff, but as he reached for it, his strength gave out. He shielded his eyes, aware of the destruction he had caused with his power. Clenching his chest, he felt the pain intensifying. Slowly, he sat up on his knees, and putting on the last cuff extinguished the flames once more. Gazing into a puddle, he noticed his reflection. His eyes now had a golden tint. Nearby, screams echoed, and he heard someone urging others to hurry. Movement approached, but he lacked the strength to respond, collapsing onto his side before losing consciousness. As darkness enveloped him, he caught a glimpse of a figure walking toward him, intrigued by the situation. Morning arrived, and Izumi had not heard much from her brother since he retreated to his room. She considered knocking but assumed he was still asleep. After waking up, she knocked again, receiving no response. Assuming he had left, she got out of bed and went downstairs, where she overheard her father speaking on the phone. He acknowledged the situation, mentioning it was all over the news and that more time was needed for investigations. Curious, Izumi checked her phone and found an alert about a villain's sighting the previous night. She returned to her room and tuned into a news outlet, which reported on a potential villain in the making. The police were investigating the murder of the notorious slime villain, the same one All Might had defeated just days earlier. The cause of death remained unknown, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. An image had been leaked, showing the aftermath of the encounter with the slime villain. The blurred faces of officers surrounded a massive yellow eye that appeared ready to burst, with burn marks on the concrete still glowing with residual heat. She wondered what kind of quirk could cause such destruction. Attempting to text Izuku for his thoughts, she was left on read, feeling uneasy about the situation. Shaking off her discomfort, she deleted the post and headed downstairs, where her parents were. Her mother greeted her, and her father continued his phone conversation outside. Breakfast was ready, but Izumi was concerned about Izuku. She asked if he had left, but her mother shrugged, suggesting he likely had. Her father wanted her to take a free day, but Izumi protested, worried about falling behind in her training. Her mother insisted that too much training could be unhealthy and encouraged her to spend time with friends instead. Reluctantly, Izumi agreed but felt a nagging worry about her brother. Meanwhile, Izuku groaned as he slowly opened his eyes, finding himself on a beach. He was startled to see a familiar figure beside him, the hero killer, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. The boy felt a chill run down his spine as a gruff voice filled the air, accompanied by a menacing presence that made him freeze in fear. Izuku questioned why he was there, unsure of what to say. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, with an intimidating demeanor, responded by asking the boy what he wanted. Izuku stammered, trying to explain that he had come to seek him out. However, his words were abruptly halted when he felt the cold edge of a sword pressed against his throat, a single movement away from danger. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 demanded to know what Izuku intended to do. With caution in his words, Izuku expressed his longing to be trained by 𝗧𝗵𝗲. The older man raised an eyebrow, skeptical of the boy's intentions. He replied that he did not teach anyone and suggested that if Izuku wanted a mentor, he should find someone more conventional. Izuku, feeling desperate, pressed on, asking again why he was there. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 scoffed, particularly wary of the boy's quirk, which could turn him into a formidable force. Realization struck Izuku as he recalled the previous night's events. The slime villain had fallen victim to his flames, and he felt a wave of panic wash over him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 noted the BLD on Izuku's hands, a reminder of the chaos he had caused. Izuku pleaded for training, desperate to learn control over his powers. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, unimpressed, asked what would happen if he refused, hinting at the boy's potential for destruction. Izuku thought of Ujiko's words about trust and the flames that threatened to consume him. He confessed that he had no control over his abilities and feared for his life. He explained that he wished to harness his inherited flames for good, revealing that the previous night had been the first time they manifested so violently. With sincerity, he begged 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to teach him, kneeling in front of him, enduring the pain in his chest. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sighed, acknowledging that he would likely regret his decision. He agreed to train Izuku but warned him that he would need to follow his instructions without exception. Hard work would be the only way to prove that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had not wasted his time. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Izuku thanked him profusely. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 instructed him to return the next morning and not to be late. He then handed Izuku an 𝗧𝗪𝗓, advising him to think of a name for himself, one that was not heroic, as his path was neither that of a hero nor a villain. As 𝗧𝗵𝗲 left, Izuku reflected on the folktales he had read, finally settling on a name that resonated with him. He vowed to endure, determined to face whatever lay ahead. The walk back from the beach was challenging, but he managed to return home with the 𝗧𝗪𝗓 in hand, only to realize he had forgotten his key. He climbed through the tree, jumped onto the roof, and entered through his window. After stumbling a bit, he placed the sword under his bed and noticed a commotion in the house. Not wanting to get involved, he hurried to take a shower, letting the water wash over him. As he sat there, his thoughts drifted back to the slime villain and the haunting screams that echoed in his mind. Overwhelmed, he rushed to the toilet, feeling sick from the memories. Once he wrapped a towel around himself, he looked into the mirror, seeing the toll that recent events had taken on his face, particularly the dark circles under his eyes. He decided to prepare for the day ahead, noticing multiple texts on his phone. One was from Mirio, inviting him to hang out. The prospect of spending time with someone felt foreign, as he had not done anything like that in a long time. He recalled the last time he had a similar experience was when he took his sister and her friends to the mall. With a full day ahead until his training with 𝗧𝗵𝗲, he felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. He felt a sense of apprehension, as he had never truly experienced friendship before, real connections, not just interactions through online games or during matches. Gathering his courage, he responded affirmatively, which was met with enthusiastic cheers and instructions on when to arrive. Suddenly, he heard the door open, and Izumi entered the room. She gasped in surprise, placing a hand on her chest to steady herself. He apologized for startling her. She then inquired about his whereabouts that morning, to which he replied that he had been at the beach. She asked if he meant Dagobah. Iizuku had always thought his sister hated the beach, but today was different. He needed to walk, feeling restless being cooped up inside. When Izumi approached him, she mentioned she would be hanging out with her friends and hoped to borrow his red plaid jacket. He gestured that it was fine, and she thanked him, reminding him to keep it in good condition. He joked with her about it, wishing her to be safe as she prepared to leave. Before she went, he hesitated, showing her a message from Mirio that excited her. She was thrilled that he was going to a real hangout, expressing her happiness that he was finding people to connect with, despite his usual struggles. Iizuku appreciated her support and asked if it was a group or just one person. She reassured him that it was nothing to be nervous about and advised him to dress casually, steering him away from his more ridiculous t-shirts. As Izumi left, Iizuku pondered what casual truly meant. Meanwhile, in a storm drain near downtown, a detective in a brown trench coat approached the scene where officers had cordoned off the area. Aizawa, a hero who looked as if he hadn't slept in days, greeted the detective, Naomasa. They discussed the unusual evidence found, including a giant eye that raised doubts about its origin. The sight was unsettling, with the concrete appearing lifeless and a strange yellow substance oozing from the eye. Aizawa noted the volatile nature of the substance, suggesting it could be dangerous if it affected a larger area. Back in the mall, Iizuku was trying to calm his nerves. He took a pill to manage his pain and made his way outside, anxiously waiting for his friends. His hand trembled, whether from anxiety or discomfort. He hummed a tune his father used to sing, trying to find comfort in the memory. Suddenly, Mirio appeared, waving enthusiastically and sitting beside him. They exchanged casual conversation, and Mirio showed him a photo of their group, introducing Tamaki, who was shy, and 値ire, who was energetic and full of questions. Iizuku found himself captivated by 値ire but quickly realized he had been staring too long. They continued chatting, and Mirio inquired about Izuku's condition. Iizuku explained his current treatment, which involved Quirk suppressant cuffs and painkillers, and how he was managing for the time being. Mirio offered to inform the group about Izuku's situation, but Iizuku left the decision up to him. As their conversation flowed, Yuyu and the others arrived. Tamaki waved shyly, while 値ire greeted Iizuku with enthusiasm, bombarding him with questions about his age, school, and quirks. Mirio tried to rein her in, but Iizuku felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as he engaged with his new friends, hoping this hangout would be the start of something positive for him. Iizuku found himself in a situation where he felt out of place, lacking a quirk. 値ire greeted him warmly, expressing her pleasure in meeting him. Yuyu inquired about the day's plans, and Mirio admitted he was unsure, suggesting they go with whatever came to mind. Tamaki sighed, and Yuyu proposed they get food, noting how exhausting their training had been. Mirio agreed, and thus began a new chapter for Iizuku, where he discovered companionship with those who treated him like an equal. In a different setting, Ujiko was aware of a troubling situation. It appeared that someone had managed to tap into a portion of their power. Ujiko noted that being found by the hero killer would make this individual a force to be reckoned with, driven by an unprecedented determination. Ujiko reflected on the past, recalling how Hisashi never wanted his son to be trapped, yet the boy's body seemed to be a prison of its own, enduring immense pain. Ujiko acknowledged that even with painkillers, the situation was dire, and the suppressants were barely effective. He feared that once the power reached a critical point, nothing could contain it, leading to devastation. Later that night, Iizuku lay on his bed, feeling exhausted but surprisingly happy after spending time with friends. He couldn't believe how much he enjoyed their company. The floor was scattered with bags filled with clothes and other items from their outing. In his mind, he replayed a moment when Њire had excitedly pointed out something during their game of air hockey, while Yuyu expressed frustration at losing. Mirio had celebrated his victory, showcasing his agility and skill, which Iizuku admired. He observed Mirio's movements closely, noting his strategies. Њire noticed Izuku's discomfort as he scratched at his chest and asked if he was all right. He reassured her that it was nothing to worry about, but she pressed on, concerned about his well-being. Eventually, he admitted to having chronic pain that flared up at times. 𝗎𝗎𝗓, determined to help, insisted there must be a solution, especially as they trained to become heroes. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 appreciated her concern, expressing that simply being with them was enough for him. As the effects of his medication faded, 𝗧𝗂𝗧 found himself lying flat on the bed, feeling the weight of fatigue. He struggled with pain that made even breathing difficult. He curled up, overwhelmed, and in a moment of desperation he manipulated his finger, feeling a mix of relief and discomfort as it snapped back into place. He pondered the strange nature of his abilities, which seemed to require pain to function. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts, and 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲 entered, sitting on the floor beside him. She understood he was in pain and asked about his day. He gave her a thumbs up, grateful for her support. 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲 smiled, and he thanked her for always being there for him, despite his struggles. She reassured him that she would always support him as his sister. As morning approached, 𝗧𝗂𝗧 prepared for his first lesson at the beach, feeling a mix of anticipation and dread. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, reflecting on the journey ahead. Arriving at the beach, he searched for 𝗧𝗓, feeling uncertain about whether he would show up. The sun began to rise, casting a warm glow over the horizon. 𝗧𝗓 appeared, arms crossed, and acknowledged 𝗧𝗂𝗧's determination to train. He challenged 𝗧𝗂𝗧 to run a mile as fast as he could. Despite his worries about his condition, 𝗧𝗂𝗧 resolved to push through. He started running, each step through the sand proving difficult. As he ran, he felt a surge of energy, realizing that the pain he usually experienced was absent. With newfound strength, he pressed on, determined to prove himself. The flames flickered around him, and 𝗧𝗂𝗧 looked down to see that his legs were indeed on fire. Panic surged through him, but he pushed it aside and continued to run, the urgency making him faster. At last, he reached the designated area 𝗧𝗓 had instructed him to go. He put the cuff back on, feeling the heat radiate from his legs, which bore marks that resembled lightning strikes. 𝗧𝗓 observed him closely and inquired about his earlier actions. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 hesitated, explaining that he felt an overwhelming urge to remove the cuff and had to keep moving. 𝗧𝗓 pondered this, noting that 𝗧𝗂𝗧's flames seemed to enhance his strength, which was unusual given their nature. He acknowledged that he couldn't judge the uniqueness of another's quirk. 𝗧𝗓 then announced that they would proceed with some hand-to-hand combat practice. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 asked if it would be similar to karate, prompting a chuckle from 𝗧𝗓. He clarified that it would not be like that. Instead, it would focus on basic defenses. He emphasized that to master the sword, one must first master their fists. Normally, this would require years of training, but with limited time, 𝗧𝗂𝗧 would need to absorb everything quickly. With a nod, 𝗧𝗓 retrieved the 𝗧𝗏𝗍 and leaned it against a wooden post, instructing 𝗧𝗂𝗧 to come at him. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 hesitated, unsure, but then prepared to give it his best shot. He analyzed 𝗧𝗓, who maintained steady eye contact. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗂𝗧 launched a left hook, but 𝗧𝗓 sidestepped effortlessly, tripping him and sending him face-first into the sand. 𝗧𝗓 encouraged him to try again. Rising to his feet, 𝗧𝗂𝗧 attempted a kick, only for 𝗧𝗓 to catch his leg and push it aside, knocking him off balance and leading to another tumble into the sand. After spitting out the grains that had invaded his mouth, he got back up and tried once more, only to find himself falling repeatedly, each attempt ending in the same way. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 felt the gritty sand in his mouth as he struggled to think of a way to move even an inch. His throat burned with discomfort. 𝗧𝗓 observed him intently, commenting on the intensity of his eyes. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 instinctively covered himself, not wanting to affect 𝗧𝗓, but the more he tried to suppress his feelings, the more the pain in his eyes intensified. He growled softly, pressing his head against the sand in frustration. 𝗧𝗓 urged him to let it out, insisting that holding back would only cause more pain. Despite his hesitation, 𝗧𝗂𝗧 was encouraged to aim for the sand if he was concerned. With a swift motion, he turned around, allowing the pain to surge within him. He let out a powerful scream as his eyes glowed brightly, unleashing a torrent of fire that erupted from his sockets. The flames surged wildly, creating an unpredictable and chaotic scene around him. Then it stopped. He was breathing heavily, his head no longer hurting, but his eyes stung as if he hadn't blinked in a long time. Tears rolled down his cheeks. Stain looked ahead at the damage done to the sand, noticing it hadn't turned black but had left behind yellow embers that glowed faintly until they extinguished. Stain observed that the quirk he witnessed required constant use. Izuku felt a deep conflict within him, expressing that if he unleashed his power, people would die. His hands glowed once more, cracks appearing on his forearms, shining brightly. Despite the flames and the madness threatening to consume him, the hero killer knelt to meet his gaze, placing a hand on his shoulder. Stain reassured him that he could control it, urging him to let the power flow. He emphasized that some people deserve to face the consequences of their actions, and by doing so, Izuku could quell the flames within him. Izuku remained silent, grappling with his emotions. The pain had vanished when he defeated the slime villain, and for a fleeting moment, it felt euphoric. Stain extended his hand, helping him to his feet, and declared that they had much work ahead of them. Meanwhile, Izumi was facing her own challenges. She was hauling another fridge, and although it was easier than before, her grip slipped, and she braced for impact. To her surprise, it stopped just inches from her face, her father holding it effortlessly with one arm. She was astonished, questioning when he had become so strong. Yagi sighed, indicating it was a good time to explain. As he huffed, a puff of smoke enveloped him, and when it cleared, Izumi was shocked to see All Might standing before her. However, he quickly transformed back into her father, who was coughing into a cloth stained with blood. Izumi was taken aback, realizing the truth about her father's identity. All her life, she had seen him in pain, claiming his injuries were from an accident, but now it was clear that the wound had come from the notorious toxic chainsaw, a villain of legendary status. Izumi felt a surge of anger as she confronted him about the lies he had told. She expressed her frustration, feeling betrayed that he had broken her and Izuku's dreams. Yagi struggled to find the right words, acknowledging her feelings. He explained that he had kept his identity a secret to protect them, knowing the implications of revealing that they were his children. Sobbing, Izumi asked if her mother knew, to which Yagi confirmed she had been aware for a long time. Izumi questioned why he was revealing this now, and Yagi explained that there was a purpose behind the training he had been putting her through. He revealed that his quirk, one for all, could be passed down to anyone willing to accept it, and that she was now considered a potential inheritor. Izumi was curious as to why he hadn't chosen Izuku for this power. Yagi explained that the training would only prepare her to handle a fraction of its strength, and he didn't want to burden her brother, who was already in constant pain. He believed she was closer to being strong enough to handle it. As they discussed the future, Yagi emphasized the need to keep one for all a secret, as its existence could bring trouble. Izumi felt conflicted, understanding her father's reasoning but also believing that Izuku deserved to know the truth. After a moment of frustration, she reluctantly agreed to keep the secret for now. The first month passed quickly, with Izumi growing stronger through her training at the beach, despite the increasing difficulty her father imposed. She playfully accused him of being a SDST, to which he proudly replied that it was all part of her journey to becoming a hero. Izuku pushed himself harder, swinging his odachi with relentless determination. His training never ceased, even in moments of exhaustion. The flames he sometimes unleashed served as both a challenge and a means to control his power. He practiced diligently, aware of the risks involved. As he swung the blade overhead and stepped back, his quirk activated, propelling him further than usual. Stain observed, noting the increased frequency of Izuku's quirk usage, suggesting their suspicions were confirmed. Izuku acknowledged that each time he used his quirk, the pain would lessen momentarily before returning, but it no longer hindered him as it once did during physical activities. In the fourth month, Izumi exerted herself, dragging 10 fridges along the beach with her father. She had grown stronger, her muscles more defined, though she hesitated to wear a sleeveless top. She longed to spend time with her brother, who had progressed significantly with the odachi, moving from novice to adept. He also honed his hand-to-hand combat skills for defense in case he was disarmed. Stain surprised Izuku by presenting a dark spear and a wakizashi, explaining that learning to deflect incoming attacks was crucial, especially in confined spaces where the 𝗧𝗪𝗧 might restrict movement. As 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 trained, he screamed in frustration as flames erupted around him, turning the sand into a black material with a yellow tint. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed pride in 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵's progress, acknowledging the effort he had put into his training. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵 thanked him, feeling a sense of accomplishment. As the final month approached, 𝗧𝗍𝗻𝗲 prepared for the entrance exams. She cheered in joy after loading the last of the junk into the truck, drawing a crowd that appreciated her efforts in cleaning the beach. Yagi informed her that the exams were near and that he would grant her the Quirk one for all. Determined, she expressed her readiness, and Yagi chuckled, recalling his own drive. To pass on one for all, Yagi explained that she needed to consume a part of him, specifically a strand of his hair. 𝗧𝗍𝗻𝗲 was taken aback, confused by the unusual request. Yagi clarified that it was necessary for the transfer of DNA. An awkward silence followed, and after a moment he urged her to eat the hair. With a deadpan expression, she reluctantly took it, holding her nose as if preparing to ingest something unpleasant. Once she swallowed, she gagged, quickly reaching for water. Yagi, slightly offended, dismissed her reaction, recalling that he hadn't reacted this way when he had undergone the same process. 𝗧𝗍𝗻𝗲 insisted she was not being dramatic. Yagi noticed 𝗧𝗍𝗻𝗲's hair and asked what she had done to it. She replied that she was merely showing it off and cleaning it. 𝗧𝗍𝗻𝗲 grimaced at the taste, comparing it to a calcium pill coated in a spicy condiment, tears welling in her eyes. After a moment, she spat into the sand, expressing her hope that she would never have to endure that experience again. Yagi reassured her that it was just a one-time occurrence, at least until she found her own successor. 𝗧𝗍𝗻𝗲 acknowledged this, realizing that this was the end of a chapter for her. Yagi wished her luck in all her endeavors and reminded her to strive for greatness, saying, "Plus ultra." With a smile, she began running toward the train station to take her entrance exams. Yagi sighed, hoping that this would be sufficient preparation for her. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵 was focused, holding flames in his hand. His eyes glowed with intensity, and his veins shimmered with a golden hue beneath his skin. As a ball of flames formed in his palm, he unleashed it, causing a powerful explosion that scorched the sand and everything in its vicinity. He had discovered that the temperature of the flame depended on the surface it touched. It would always match its melting point or potentially exceed it. The pain in his body had lessened recently, primarily due to his relentless training with his quirk. Initially, it had been excruciating, but he had grown accustomed to it. At times, he felt as if he were losing his mind from the strain he was placing on himself. However, conversations with his friends, especially 𝗎𝗎𝗓, helped alleviate his burdens. He had never revealed the full extent of his quirk to them, only mentioning that it caused him pain. Ujiko had been a source of support, but he couldn't deny that he had been more distant lately. His appointments, which used to occur 3 times a month, had dwindled to once every 2 or 3 months, and that concerned him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the hero killer, stood before him, a bag slung over his shoulder. He remarked that 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵 was finally obliged to become a vigilante. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵 looked at him, wondering what was left to learn. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 shook his head, stating that he had nothing more to teach and that he needed to return to his crusade, marking the point where their paths would diverge. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵 felt a pang of sadness. He had come to trust 𝗧𝗵𝗲 with his secrets. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 assured him that he wouldn't leave him empty-handed and handed over the bag, which felt somewhat heavy. When 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵 unzipped it, he was surprised by what he found inside. He pulled out metal gauntlets with the thumb, index, and middle finger slots removed, allowing him to use his quirk while wearing them. Alongside the gauntlets was a green cloak featuring a small chest plate for light to medium protection while maintaining mobility. Lastly, there was a helmet wrapped in a yellow cloak. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 admitted that this was one of the first designs he had created for his outfit but had never needed it. Seeing it made him think that 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵 would be better suited for it. As 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵 donned the gear, he realized it resembled a knight's armor, yet it was surprisingly light and offered substantial protection. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 complimented him, stating he looked the part and asked what his alias would be. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵 felt ready to reveal his decision. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗍𝗻𝗲 stood before the tall building of 𝗬𝗲𝗓, feeling both nervous and excited. As she approached the entrance, she was unexpectedly shoved aside by 𝗵𝗃𝗁, who rudely demanded she get out of the way. She resisted the urge to let him trip and fall but composed herself and continued on. However, she misstepped on the last step and began to fall, only to find herself floating momentarily as someone used their quirk to catch her. The girl who had helped her apologized, explaining that she had seen her about to fall. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed her gratitude, and the girl remarked that there was probably a saying about falling on the first day. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 attributed her stumble to her nervousness, and they hurried inside as time was running short. Once inside, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was directed to a large auditorium where she eagerly took her seat. She noticed a section that was separated from the rest and was curious about it. Tapping a boy on the shoulder, she inquired about the cutoff group. He explained that they were the recommendation group, who only had to take the written exam, while the rest of them had to complete both written and physical tests. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was surprised and wondered why that was the case. The boy speculated that it was likely due to wealth or significant influence within the agencies. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 considered her father's status as all might and thought that perhaps this was a more legitimate way to gain entry rather than having it handed to her. She found the situation somewhat pretentious. As the room quieted down, President Mike took the stage, announcing his presence to the crowd, which responded with silence. A bit awkward, he proceeded to explain the day's events. The written exams consisted of standard questions, along with a questionnaire asking about their motivations for becoming heroes. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 struggled to comprehend his speech, which was both muffled and loud. Suddenly, a boy stood up, demanding an explanation for the 0-pointer in the physical test. President Mike turned his attention to 𝗧𝗵𝗲, pointing at her and demanding to know why she looked bored. Embarrassed and angry, she defended herself, explaining that she was wincing from the loud volume of the speaker directly above her. President Mike acknowledged the question about the 0-pointer but explained that if it was worth 0 points, it would reveal its significance during the test. He then outlined the rules, emphasizing that they had 2 hours to complete the test and that any refusal to follow instructions would result in a complete 0. The students responded affirmatively, and he encouraged them, wishing them good luck as the tests were distributed. As the giant clock began its countdown, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 took her pencil, breaking the seal on the test paper, which felt fragile. Just then, a loud rip echoed in the distance, causing her to mutter in frustration. Meanwhile, Izuku continued practicing with his wakizashi, each swing becoming more fluid until he felt a sudden ache in his chest. After one swing, he noticed a golden trail left behind, astonished by the change in his blade, which had shifted from shining silver to a slight tint of gold. He wondered if his quirk affected everything he touched, including weapons and the very ground beneath him. Reflecting on his past experiences, he realized that the effects of his quirk seemed permanent. With a sigh, he heard a knock on his door, and Yagi called out to him. Izuku cautiously opened the door, ensuring he remained undetected. He stepped outside, leaning against the frame. Yagi informed him that his sister had gone to her exams that morning and asked if there was anything she usually assisted him with at that time. Izuku replied that there was nothing, then closed the door, only to knock again in frustration. When he opened it once more, he expressed his longing to rest. Yagi acknowledged his need but urged him to consider that if 𝗧𝗵𝗲 got into you, she would be busy and unable to spend as much time with him. Izuku understood, recognizing that it was her dream to forge her own path rather than be burdened by him. Yagi clarified that wasn't his intention, but Izuku dismissed the remark and closed the door again, leaving Yagi to sigh and return downstairs, his footsteps fading away. Once alone, Izuku retrieved the wakizashi and began practicing, focusing on precision with each strike. In a flashback, a 5-year-old Izuku approached his father, Hisashi, at an ice cream parlor. He asked if his mother hated him, feeling somber after an earlier encounter where she seemed angry and told him to go away. Hisashi, caught off guard, reassured him that his mother didn't hate him, she was simply overwhelmed with work and needed a break, just like he sometimes did. Izuku listened, absorbing his father's words that love remained constant, even when they needed space from one another. Hisashi ruffled Izuku's hair, prompting a giggle from his son. They then turned their attention to counting the red cars passing by, a game that excited Izuku. As the flashback ended, Izuku pulled out the 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗔, examining its details and the inscription that read, "Issued and forged by power loader for my friend 𝗬𝗲𝗧𝗏𝗧. He realized he needed to step outside. As he walked downstairs, he encountered his mother, 𝗬𝗏𝗄, who asked where he was going. He mentioned he was getting something for Izumi's return. 𝗬𝗏𝗄 acknowledged him but walked past as if he were a stranger. Feeling a surge of emotions, Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself, pondering if his father had been lying to protect him. Did she intend to conceal the truth from him? As he stepped outside, closing the door with a bit more force than usual, he made his way toward the mall, reflecting on his encounter with Stain. Izumi could easily cross paths with him. The possibility loomed large, especially given her standards regarding heroes. He thought that at least this way she would have some protection as he continued on his way. Izumi felt a headache coming on but pushed through. She had relied on her instincts for many of the questions she faced. If she backed out now, she would be stuck answering questions for another 10 minutes. Checking both sides to ensure there was no one sneaking up on her, she leaned back in her chair against the wall, enjoying the perks of sitting in the last row. However, the cons were also present. The teacher announced that there were only 5 minutes left, startling everyone and causing a few screams. Izumi took the opportunity to review everything, going against her better judgment to ensure every question was answered. As the 5 minutes passed, she covered her ears when the teacher declared that time was up and instructed everyone to hand in their forms, reminding them that last-minute changes would not be accepted and would result in a 0. She submitted her form and wondered what to do with the pencil. The teaching assistant shrugged and said they could keep it or leave it. It was their choice. Izumi noticed the pencil had "U" printed on it and contemplated giving it to Izuku or keeping it for herself if he didn't want it. The teacher then moved on to explain the physical portion of the assessment, reiterating the dangers involved but reassuring everyone that heroes would be on patrol during this segment. If anyone had issues that needed addressing, they were advised to wait until they reached the facility. The teacher instructed the front row to exit through the right and board the buses. Izumi thought this would take a while, and her prediction proved correct. Once she boarded the bus, she noticed there were barely any seats available. She squeezed past others to find a seat next to a girl with pink skin and yellow horns. She asked if the seat was taken, and the girl welcomed her with a smile, pulling her down beside her. Izumi felt a bit surprised by the friendly gesture and thanked her. The girl introduced herself as Mina Ishido and asked for Izumi's name. Izumi introduced herself and, curious, inquired about Mina's quirk. Mina explained that she could excrete acid from her skin and demonstrated by making a pencil smoke and burn. She also mentioned that she could control the acidity level, making it harmless if needed, but warned that using too much could harm her skin. Izumi expressed her admiration for Mina's quirk, and Mina encouraged her to call her by her first name. Mina then asked about Izumi's quirk. Izumi instructed her to drop the pencil in front of her, and when Mina did, the pencil remained in place. Izumi proudly revealed that her quirk was telekinesis, allowing her to manipulate anything within her line of sight, even herself. Mina was impressed and asked how it worked on herself. Izumi explained that it was more of a subconscious action. When she was falling, she thought about staying in place, and it worked. Mina wondered if there was a limit to how much she could lift, and Izumi admitted she hadn't explored that much but mentioned that using her quirk for too long could lead to severe headaches and even nosebleeds. They spent some time discussing their quirks, and Izumi expressed her wish to tell her brother about Mina, knowing he would be fascinated by her abilities. Mina was curious about Izumi's brother and asked if he had a powerful quirk like hers. Izumi's expression turned somber as she explained that her brother had a condition that prevented his quirk from developing properly. She described him as being almost quirkless, though not entirely so. Mina empathized, understanding the discrimination faced by those with mutation quirks, and reassured Izumi that she understood the challenges of being different. As the bus came to a stop, the driver informed them they would need to wait a moment. Mina expressed her longing to stay in touch and handed Izumi a piece of paper with her contact information, suggesting they could hang out or possibly be in the same class together. Izumi smiled and agreed to see how things went. Once they disembarked, they were led into different groups, and the long walk through the expansive facility felt more like entering a stadium. Izumi wondered how long the walk would take as she spotted others from the buses gathering by gates with letters on them. The instructor told them to stay put until further instructions, and Izumi felt a mix of nerves and excitement. She noticed Mina, who had helped her earlier, and felt grateful for her support as they prepared for the next part of their journey. Izumi felt a mix of nerves and determination as she prepared for the upcoming test. She noticed a boy from earlier who had shouted something that made her uneasy. She thought about offering comfort but decided against it as the time approached. Shrugging off her hesitation, she moved toward Mina. Mina asked what had happened, but Izumi brushed it off, insisting it was nothing. An announcement echoed through the air, urging everyone to stand clear of the gate. As it began to open, sunlight streamed in, causing her to squint. Memories flooded back to her. In her mind, she recalled Izuku's words about the test being based on impulse, similar to how she had acted during a previous incident. He had shared his own experience of rushing in without thinking, which had surprisingly worked out for him. Izumi resolved to keep his advice in mind as she prepared to enter. With the gate fully open, Izumi felt a surge of impulse and called out to Mina, urging her to follow. Mina hesitated, reminding Izumi that they were supposed to wait for instructions, but Izumi was already moving. The other students watched, some disapproving, until a voice shouted for them to follow her lead. They all took off running. Izumi wished Mina good luck and immediately activated her quirk, launching one robot into another. However, she felt something was off. As she continued to use her powers, she noticed the stadium resembled Tokyo, almost a perfect replica, but without the familiar storefronts. She wondered where the funding for such a place had come from. Meanwhile, Izuku was at a store, holding a lightweight padded vest that could protect against knife wounds. He placed it on the counter, and the clerk teased him about it being small. Izuku explained it was for his sister, chuckling to himself at the misunderstanding. After making his purchase, he left the store, feeling as if someone was watching him. He navigated through the crowd, heading toward the train station, when he was approached. A voice teased him, suggesting he was Stain's student. Izuku felt a twinge of concern at how unfazed he was by the comment. When he turned to face the speaker, he found it was just a girl. She seemed disappointed when he didn't react as she expected. She claimed to admire Stain's work and expressed a fascination with the idea of eliminating unworthy heroes. Izuku sensed she was not being truthful and pressed her for the real reason behind her interest. She revealed a disturbing enthusiasm for BLD, describing its crimson flow as amazing. Izuku realized she was unstable and tried to distance himself. He asked if her perception of him would change based on his answer about BLD. As she toyed with a knife, he warned her not to associate with him. She playfully challenged him, insisting it was easier to get information directly from him rather than Stain. Frustrated, Izuku sighed and invited her to follow him, knowing she would likely cause trouble. He remained unaware of the situation but hoped it would only involve minor challenges. After defeating the last robot in the vicinity, Izumi breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging that she had cleared the area. Despite having taken down 3 more three-pointers, she still felt disconnected from the power of One for All. She pondered whether the transfer had not occurred as she had expected. Lost in thought, she failed to notice a 2-pointer approaching her until it short-circuited and collapsed nearby. Determined not to falter, she scanned her surroundings for the source of a commanding voice but found nothing. Frustration creased her brow as a headache began to set in. As she continued running, she encountered more robots, challenging them with her resolve. She hurled one into another, causing them to spark and fall apart. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the area, leaving her puzzled. Alert and cautious, she listened as other participants dashed in various directions. She questioned whether the ordeal was over, but her answer came swiftly with a thunderous explosion that shook the ground. The mechanical whirring that followed made her realize the danger was far from over. Turning slowly, she faced the glowing red eye of the 0-pointer, her heart racing. As it emitted a low, blaring horn, she sprinted with all her strength, using her quirk to divert its attention by flinging nearby objects. Yet, it remained fixated on her, and she knew she could not outrun it. Another horn sounded, and missiles were launched, creating deafening explosions that overwhelmed her senses. Fighting through her headache, she threw a dummy vehicle at the 𝗧𝗵𝗿𝗃, causing it to stumble as its red eye flickered. Without pausing to see if her tactic worked, she fled through an alleyway, making her way toward the exit. The red lights of the gates shone like a beacon, urging her onward. She climbed a fire escape, but debris began to rain down as the 𝗧𝗵𝗿𝗃 barreled through the buildings, reminiscent of a child knocking over blocks. Just as she leaped through a window, the floor began to give way beneath her. She continued to run, spotting another window ahead. She jumped through, realizing how high she was. Though she attempted to use her quirk to cushion her fall, it was not enough. She landed awkwardly on her arm, a sharp pain shooting through her. Ignoring the agony, she pushed forward as the 𝗧𝗵𝗿𝗃 focused on something else. The exit was in sight, and other participants called out to her, urging her to join them. Just as she was about to reach them, another explosion erupted, knocking her and the others down. Hearing her name, she spotted 𝗵𝗃 nearby, who urgently called for her help. Without hesitation, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 rushed to her side, where 𝗵𝗃 was struggling to free another girl trapped under debris. As 𝗵𝗃 melted the outer parts of the rubble, she began to tire. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, determined to assist, positioned herself to lift the debris while 𝗵𝗃 worked to pull the girl free. Just as they succeeded, another horn blared, signaling the 𝗧𝗵𝗿𝗃's approach. With fear gripping them, they realized their escape was in jeopardy. As the 𝗧𝗵𝗿𝗃's foot loomed closer, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 recalled a conversation with Izuku about instinct and heroism. The foot hovered just above them, and they screamed in terror until, miraculously, it stopped. 𝗵𝗃 cautiously opened her eyes, questioning if they were dead. They were mere feet from danger when they heard a grunting sound. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 turned to see a blonde-haired girl holding the 𝗧𝗵𝗿𝗃's foot at bay, green sparks dancing across her body. With a powerful push, the girl stumbled the robot backward. In awe, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 watched as the girl leaped high into the air, delivering a punch to the 𝗧𝗵𝗿𝗃's head that sent it reeling. As 𝗧𝗵𝗲 descended, she felt a rush of exhilaration, believing her life was not meant to end there. However, she landed HRD on her injured arm, the pain overwhelming her senses. Frustrated, she wondered how Izuku managed to endure such pain. 𝗵𝗃, noticing her distress, looked closely at her arm, which was swollen and bruised. Despite the pain, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 managed to give a thumbs up, but soon after, 𝗵𝗃 began to feel unwell. In the distance, voices called out, expressing relief at their safety, but that was the last thing 𝗧𝗵𝗲 remembered before everything faded to black. Meanwhile, Izuku faced Mirio, who regarded him as a formidable opponent. They exchanged banter, with Izuku teasingly challenging Mirio to bring his best. Just as they were about to engage in a battle, a sudden interruption caused Mirio to cry out, prompting laughter from their friends. Izuku, ever the strategist, explained his techniques, sharing insights on parrying and timing. As they resumed their training session, the atmosphere shifted to one of focus and camaraderie. Mirio brought up a topic that made Izuku uneasy, hinting at his feelings for 𝗎𝗎𝗓. Despite the teasing from his friends, Izuku expressed his concerns about being in a relationship, fearing it would complicate matters. Mirio reassured him that his condition would not be a barrier, especially since his episodes had been decreasing. Izuku acknowledged that he was learning to manage his challenges better, but uncertainty lingered in his heart. If that was good or not, Tamaki had been checking it frequently just in case. He remained silent. A month ago, Izuku had been spending time with Tamaki, just the two of them, while Mirio and Yuyu were busy moving things into you. The atmosphere was quiet, even though they didn't talk often, they understood each other. Izuku sighed and addressed Tamaki, who responded with a curious hum. Izuku hesitated, contemplating whether to share his thoughts, but ultimately decided against it. Tamaki sensed something was off and inquired if anything was wrong. Izuku reassured him that it was nothing to worry about, at least not yet, but he muttered the last part, feeling even more concerned. Tamaki pressed for answers, asking what was going on. Izuku wanted to confide in him but questioned if it was selfish to do so. He wondered how 𝗧𝗵𝗎 managed to handle her own challenges. Gathering his courage, he finally revealed that it was about his condition. Tamaki's expression shifted, and he asked if it was starting up again. Izuku clarified that it wasn't that, but he needed Tamaki to know the truth. Tamaki listened intently as Izuku explained that there would come a time when he might end up hospitalized, with the possibility of not making it out at all. Tamaki's concern deepened as he asked how long this would be. Izuku estimated it would happen sometime in his mid-20s at best. Tamaki reacted with dismay, and Izuku shared his worry about telling their friends, Nijire, Mirio, and Yu, about his condition. Tamaki offered to keep it a secret for now, insisting that friends were meant to support each other. Izuku felt conflicted, not wanting to burden Tamaki with his issues, but Tamaki reassured him that they needed to know eventually. Grateful, Izuku thanked Tamaki, who responded with a simple acknowledgement. The flashback ended, and Mirio encouraged Izuku, assuring him that he had the confidence to face whatever was ahead. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Yagi called for Izuku. Confused, Izuku asked what was happening, and Yagi urgently informed him that it was about Izumi. Dropping everything, Izuku hurried after his father, shouting for clarification. He was met with the sight of his sister and mother, Izumi sporting a brace on her arm and bandages on other parts of her body. Alarmed, Izuku jumped out of bed, demanding to know what had happened. Izumi was preparing for her first day at UA when she heard Yagi and Inko arguing. Yagi expressed frustration about not being informed sooner, while Inko insisted that it was nothing to worry about. She understood that Izuku was hurting, and she believed that his lecture was a sign of his care. As Izumi descended the stairs, she exchanged smiles with her mother. Inko greeted her warmly, and Yagi noted that Izumi's arm was healing well. She confirmed that Recovery Girl's quirk was effective, allowing her to move it already. Yagi cautioned her not to rush, reminding her that this was just the beginning and that greater challenges awaited her. Izumi then wondered where Izuku was, realizing he had already gone to school, eager to hear about her results. In a flashback, Inko burst into Izumi's room, excitedly announcing that her exam results had arrived. Startled, Izumi took the envelope from her mother and assured her she would take a look. After closing her door, she carefully opened the envelope with her one arm, revealing a disc that popped out. As she picked it up, the device began to glow, and a playback feed started. A familiar voice greeted her, announcing that it was All Might, praising her outstanding performance. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wanting to hide her face, but fortunately, it was just her. The announcer began to speak, expressing that everyone must be curious about their performance on the entrance exams. The announcer offered sincere apologies for the technological malfunction involving the 0-pointer the previous day, assuring everyone that they had done everything possible to manage the situation. However, before the incident, it had been recorded that she had achieved an impressive score of 68 points. The required score for admission was only 40, and not only had she met that requirement, but she had also surpassed her fellow competitors. The announcement revealed that she had surpassed the previous record by a single point, leaving her speechless in disbelief. As the message concluded, she felt tears of joy welling up. When she opened the door, her mother was waiting with a proud smile. Inko expressed her excitement for her daughter, while Izuku, from his room, heard the commotion and felt a mix of happiness and concern for her. Inko mentioned that she had packed Izumi's belongings, noting that it wouldn't take much for her first day. Yagi encouraged her, assuring her that she would do great. Izumi responded with determination, vowing not to let them down. Yagi reminded her that he was her father, not a boss or teacher, and Inko urged her to finish her breakfast quickly so she could head off. As Izuku walked to school, he reflected on his earlier conversation with them, recalling how he had raised his voice, criticizing heroes for their lack of regard for human life. Suddenly, he felt a familiar presence behind him. It was Himiko, who wrapped her arms around him, giggling. Personal space seemed non-existent with her. She playfully introduced herself, and Izuku felt her head nuzzle against him, indicating that she had no more questions. Himiko expressed her longing to see him off before he left, and Izuku questioned whether Stain had sent her. She teased him, leaving him uncertain about her true intentions. Curiosity piqued, Izuku asked about her plans. Himiko mentioned that Stain wanted him to take a life, suggesting that he should feel honored by the compliment. Izuku felt conflicted, realizing that this was more about dulling his moral senses than anything else. When he pressed for details about the intended victim, Himiko playfully refused to give any spoilers. As she clung to him, Izuku felt increasingly uncomfortable, recalling their first meeting when he had asked if she was there to harm him. Himiko had gasped in mock offense, insisting that she was just a cute girl wanting to be close to him. He had pointed out that anyone would be unsettled with a knife against their back. Now, as she held onto one of his hands, he felt her cheek against his palm, and he maintained a stoic expression. Himiko promised to wait for him at Kiyoshi Mall, winking before she left. Izuku wiped his hand on his breathes, shuddering at the encounter as he continued on with his day, muttering about the strange situations he found himself in. Meanwhile, a conversation unfolded in a medical office. A doctor informed Yagi that patient confidentiality prevented him from discussing any details without permission. Yagi insisted that the patient was his son, but the doctor remained firm, stating that family ties did not grant him access to the information. Yagi pleaded for reassurance about his son's well-being, but the doctor remained unyielding. Just then, Ujiko entered, and Yagi rushed to follow him into his office. They both took a seat, and Yagi expressed his concerns about his son's recent behavior, noting that he had been secretive about his condition. Ujiko, cleaning his glasses, suggested that Yagi should seek therapy instead of wasting his time. Yagi insisted on knowing if there was any treatment for his son, especially with Izumi starting at U. That day, Ujiko pointed out that without Izuku's consent, he could not share any information. Yagi felt defeated, admitting that his son had not given permission. Ujiko then advised him to respect Izuku's choices and privacy, suggesting that he should focus on being a supportive father rather than hovering over him. As Yagi sat in silence, memories flooded back to a time when his friend Hisashi had revealed that Izuku's quirk was malformed. Hisashi had expressed his despair over his son's fate, urging Yagi to watch over him and treat him well. Yagi had promised to do so, feeling the weight of that promise now more than ever. Izumi navigated the school hallways, confused by the room labels. After some searching, she finally found Class 1A, a large door that she carefully opened, only to discover that she was the first one there. The sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the room, and as she pondered what to do next, the door slid open. To her surprise, it was the girl she had saved from the zero-pointer. As she approached with a smile, she asked how he was doing. He reassured her, mentioning that he had thought his leg was broken but was relieved to find it was just a sprained ankle. Looking over, he noticed her left arm was bandaged and inquired about it. She laughed lightly, saying that she would choose a broken arm over something worse any day. Then, she realized she hadn't introduced herself and quickly stated her name, Ochako Uraraka, pleased to meet him. The boy introduced himself as Izumi Yagi just as the door opened again, revealing the same boy who had yelled at her earlier. She braced herself for another reprimand, but instead, he bowed and apologized sincerely, acknowledging her skill during the exams. This change in attitude was surprising. She reassured him that there was no harm done and that they all needed to work together to become heroes. He introduced himself as Tenya Lida, and she repeated her name, Izumi Yagi, while Ochako chimed in with her introduction. Izumi encouraged them, saying they would be working closely together and should support one another. However, her cheerful demeanor was quickly dampened by a voice that cut through the air, warning that if anyone was there just to make friends, they should leave. Startled, she stepped back and bumped into something large, which turned out to be a peculiar creature that resembled a giant yellow bug. It transformed into a tired-looking man as a zipper was heard, revealing him beneath a sleeping bag. She muttered in surprise, and he echoed her reaction, prompting her to downplay her comment. He instructed them to sit down as the rest of the class began to arrive, including Mina, who enthusiastically waved at Izumi. She returned the gesture and took a seat beside her. Their teacher, who had a rather stern demeanor, began to quiet the class, expressing his expectations for their behavior. As he clicked a timer, he noted the slow response to his call for silence, urging them to improve. Izumi glanced at Lida, who was diligently taking notes. Just then, a girl with frost-white hair and pale blue eyes tumbled through the door, looking ghostly yet flushed, as if she had a fever. A boy with red and white hair scoffed at her entrance but remained unfazed as she took a seat next to Izumi. The teacher then addressed the class, stating that he would be guiding them throughout the school year. He warned them of the challenges they would face on their journey to becoming heroes, emphasizing that they all had potential, but he would ultimately determine if they were fit to continue. Mr. Aizawa, the teacher, instructed the students to change into their gym clothes and meet him outside in 5 minutes. As he left the classroom, Lita attempted to maintain order, but most of the students rushed into the halls. Lita called out for them to stop running, while Izumi sighed at the chaos. She overheard one boy muttering about Aizawa's strict demeanor, and Bakugo shoved past her, grumbling under his breath. Izumi couldn't believe she had to spend another year with him. It felt like fate was against her. In the locker room, she searched for her locker, finally finding it with a note indicating that her ID number would serve as the lock. She tied her hair back into a ponytail just as Mina approached her, asking about her thoughts on Mr. Aizawa. Izumi pondered for a moment, suggesting that it was too early to judge and that perhaps Aizawa was just trying to push them to exceed their limits. Mina accepted this response with a nod, while Ochako wondered if this was going to be their orientation. Exiting the locker room, they made their way to the field, where they found their tired teacher sipping coffee. The students lined up, awaiting his instructions. Aizawa informed them that they would be undergoing a series of tests to assess their skills with their quirks. When Ochako raised her hand to ask about orientation, Aizawa dismissed the idea, stating that they could get straight into the lesson. He promised to provide a pamphlet detailing everything they needed to know about his class. Aizawa called out to Izumi, who straightened up nervously. He acknowledged her impressive performance in the physical exams, noting that she had even beaten All Might's old record. As whispers circulated among the students, Izumi glanced at Bakugo, who looked furious. Aizawa continued, mentioning her destruction of the 0-pointer, which excited one of the boys with red spiky hair. Aizawa instructed Izumi to step into the circle and handed her a ball, explaining that quirks come in various forms, some strong and some with significant drawbacks. He encouraged her to throw the ball as far as she could, allowing her to use her quirk. Izumi felt anxious about using one for all, unsure if it would raise suspicions. So far, she had only shared her telekinesis ability with Mina and Ochako. Aizawa urged her to hurry, and she took a deep breath, winding up to throw. She focused all her energy into the throw, but the ball only landed awkwardly 10 feet away, rolling back towards her. Aizawa pointed out that she had broken her arm during the 0-pointer incident, and the class felt uneasy as his eyes glowed red. Izumi tried to explain, but Aizawa interrupted, emphasizing that if her recklessness led to injuries, it was a serious concern. He challenged her to demonstrate self-control and handed her another ball. Calming herself, Izumi focused on her fingers, feeling the green electricity dance around them. She flicked the ball into the air, using her quirk to make it float straight ahead until it disappeared from view. When it beeped, Aizawa checked the distance, revealing an impressive 683 meters. Izumi asked if she had done it correctly, her voice trembling slightly as she noticed her fingertip was slightly purple, indicating another fracture. Mina exclaimed how much fun this was going to be, but the mood shifted when Aizawa turned towards her with an unsettling smile. He asked if she wanted to repeat her statement, causing the other students to step back. Mina stammered that she had said it would be fun, to which Aizawa responded with a challenge. Whoever scored the lowest in the tests would be sent home. The class paled at the thought, turning their anger towards Mina. Izumi stood up for her friend, questioning the fairness of the situation. Aizawa explained that fairness did not exist in the real world, especially for heroes facing criminals, disasters, and the unpredictability of life. He warned them to give everything they had, signaling that the real challenge was about to begin. Izumi resolved to do her best, motivated by thoughts of Izuku. Meanwhile, the orientation concluded, and students were directed to their designated classes. As Aizawa prepared to leave, he accidentally tripped and fell, apologizing to Izuku, who was nearby. Izuku, not wanting to engage with his longtime bully Mako, tried to move past him but was blocked. Mako taunted him, but Izuku was determined to ignore the provocation. Last Izuku had heard, those without quirks were considered less than human. He felt like just another Deku, worthless and insignificant, like a piece of lint or a discarded bottle cap. As he tried to calm himself, his body was already in turmoil. Indulging in his torment would not help him. He wondered why, if he was so insignificant, someone was bothering to speak to him. Mako took pleasure in seeing him put in his place, unlike others who avoided him. Izuku attempted to push past the two with more determination this time. He knew he had the skills to send them to the nurse's office, but he was trying to keep that hidden. He managed to get through until one of them seized his arm. Mako shouted at him not to turn his back, and it felt as if he had been struck by a rock. The white diamond glow around Mako's fist indicated his quirk, and Izuku's vision blurred as the two joined in on the attack. They kicked him in the gut and back, targeting him wherever they could. In the midst of the pain, something stirred within him, a feeling that threatened to burst forth. The agony he felt was not just from the beating. His quirk was acting up again. As he gasped for breath, Mako taunted him to remember his quirkless status, laughing as they left him behind. Izuku released his grip on the desk, which had melted under his touch. Despite the cuffs on him, he felt a dim glow from his fingers. He didn't want to move, he wished to lay there and wallow in the pain. It hurt, to burned, fate. He reminded himself to endure. He forced himself to stand, grabbing his bag and walking while feeling the blood trickling from his head. He began to feel dizzy, but then he noticed the sizzling sound. Looking at his reflection in the window, he saw that the wound had healed itself once more, though the pain lingered longer than it should have. He hoped his sister was doing okay. In a flashback after the 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 entrance exams, he recalled his anger about the reckless decisions made regarding the safety of students. Yagi reassured him that his sister was fine, explaining that they hadn't expected the malfunction. Izuku insisted that she should not be there, raising his voice in desperation as tears streamed down his face. He needed to be alone again, haunted by the thought that he nearly lost the one person who gave him a reason to keep going despite the pain. Aizawa's training on the first day went as expected, terribly. Izumi had to participate with a slightly fractured finger, which began to throb painfully once the adrenaline wore off. They did various tests, including running, lifting, and jumping, but she struggled through most of them. Fortunately, she was able to sit out the ball throw, which was a relief. The combination of using one for all and her other abilities made her head spin and throb, almost causing her to vomit. She couldn't shake the memory of the slime villain's horrific scene, wondering if such tragedy was common and if she would be changed by it. Suddenly, she was jolted from her thoughts by a hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw the red-haired boy from earlier. He introduced himself as Ejiro Kirishima and expressed interest in hearing more about the zero-pointer. Izumi agreed to share her experience, explaining how she had initially panicked when the mech began to chase her. Kirishima was curious about her strategy and how she managed to stay focused. Izumi admitted that she thought the mech's movement was a signal for them to leave, never expecting it to pursue her. As they spoke, she realized how close she had come to danger during that encounter. Kirishima then asked if she knew Bakugo, and when she confirmed that they were friends, he seemed surprised. Izumi felt a frown form on her face as she considered Bakugo's true nature. She warned Kirishima to be cautious, as her experiences with Bakugo had not been pleasant. Kirishima responded with a smile, wishing her luck as class ended. Mina had a bright idea for everyone to hang out, but most had other plans. As Izumi gathered her things, she noticed Shoka, Shoto Todoroki's sister, looking shyly away as her brother scolded her. Ochako approached Izumi, handing her a phone number, while Mina insisted they go to the mall. Izumi complied, noticing Shoka's sad expression as they made eye contact. Overlooking the city, a solitary figure stood, observing the people as they went about their daily lives. Drivers returning home from work, friends enjoying their time together, couples playfully flirting, and the typical lone civilian who preferred to avoid social gatherings. He could relate. The hero killer, Stain, heard a soft, cool voice call out to him. It was Izuku, dressed in his outfit, a yellow cloak concealing his form, with only his odachi and spear visible. Stain acknowledged him, noting his chosen name, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. a name that would define his journey. 𝗧𝗂 inquired about the situation, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 handed him binoculars to look down at the crowd. One group caught their attention. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 identified 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲, a leader with ties to the Yakuza, as they occupied an alleyway filled with stores and dining establishments. 𝗧𝗂 questioned 𝗧𝗵𝗲's role as a hero hunter, to which 𝗧𝗵𝗲 explained the Yakuza's growing influence since the dawn of Quirks. He regarded heroes, villains, and leaders as all part of the same filth that plagued the world, a rot that expanded day by day. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 emphasized that they were outnumbered, but they would confront Taki together, instructing 𝗧𝗂 to refrain from killing until he gave the signal. When 𝗧𝗂 asked about the others, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 simply stated they needed to eliminate the rot. A hand on 𝗧𝗂's shoulder reminded him of 𝗧𝗵𝗲's teachings, and he recalled that hesitation leads to defeat. As the commotion began to settle, the sun dipped into an orange sunset. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 observed the gang members hauling in boxes, instructing passers-by to move along. Curiosity arose about their boss's intentions for the cargo, but one member dismissed it, urging others to keep working. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 gestured for 𝗧𝗂 to follow, putting his training into practice, though he nearly missed the platform above the Yakuza members. Taki spoke about the tools provided, claiming they would significantly enhance productivity. 𝗧𝗂 realized their boss had a vested interest in these items. Taki continued, expressing loyalty to 𝗬𝗏𝗺 and mentioning their two friends who were eavesdropping. 𝗧𝗂 felt a chill at this revelation, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 leaped down, swiftly dispatching the first two members. With a shout, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 urged 𝗧𝗂 to act. More members approached, but 𝗧𝗂 jumped down, using his spear to strike one down and then using the blunt end to knock another aside. As the gang members drew weapons, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 dodged their gunfire, while 𝗧𝗂 threw his spear, impaling one against the wall. He slid beneath another, pulling their ankle to bring them down, and used a fallen member as a shield against the gunfire. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 moved in from the side, disarming their opponents with precision. 𝗧𝗂 felt a surge of energy as he fought, the light in his heart shining brighter. He took back his spear just as Taki, enraged, unleashed chains from his arms, using them as 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝐵. Dodging the attacks, 𝗧𝗂 rolled away, hesitating at 𝗧𝗵𝗲's command to unleash his power. Finally, he nodded, avoiding another 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝐵 that caught his sword. With a swift motion, he forced Taki to kneel, and as flames began to burn from his chest, the chains melted upon contact, causing Taki to writhe in pain. 𝗧𝗂 confronted Taki, who begged for mercy, realizing who stood before him, the one who had defeated the slime villain. 𝗧𝗂, unfazed, questioned Taki's longing for freedom, taunting him about the distant light. As he reached out, Taki recoiled, but something compelled him to stay. When their hands met, a sizzling sound filled the air as Taki screamed. 𝗧𝗂 declared that all who fell to him would be embraced by the distant light, and as Taki's cries faded, 𝗧𝗂 withdrew his hand, having removed Taki's eyes, which glowed eerily. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 observed with concern as 𝗧𝗂 pocketed the eyes. Just then, a bullet whizzed by, and they found themselves surrounded. The gang demanded their surrender, but 𝗧𝗂 remained still, his presence commanding. The realization of their leader's fate struck them, and 𝗧𝗂 proclaimed his intent to eradicate the rot of the world. With arms outstretched, he whispered a single word, "Burn." His eyes shone brightly, and embers erupted from the gang members, some igniting in flames. Their cries of torment filled the air as they turned to ash, leaving 𝗧𝗵𝗲 horrified. He had witnessed many things, but this was unlike anything he had ever seen. As 𝗧𝗂 reattached his cuff, the flames gradually extinguished, leaving a golden mark on the ground, a testament to the destruction he had wrought. The following day, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 awoke, her body sore. Reaching for her phone, she felt a sense of dread as she saw a news article about a Yakuza meetup that had been dismantled. She headed downstairs, where her father was watching the news. They exchanged a nod, both aware of the implications of the events that had unfolded. The television displayed a report about the recent attack, revealing that no details had emerged regarding the assailants. The police had conducted searches and discovered that all the CCTV cameras in the vicinity had their circuits damaged, rendering them ineffective. Out of the 12 members involved, only one had survived, their leader, Takikazo, who was currently in Tokyo for further questioning, though no announcements had been made yet. The footage showed the area, where the ground appeared scorched and distorted, with a strange yellow substance visible in certain locations. The reporter noted the apparent connections between this incident and an attack by a slime villain 6 months earlier, which had also left the area in ruins. With that, the broadcast concluded. Yagi turned off the television and pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling the weight of the situation. Izumi expressed her concern, wondering if it could be a vigilante. Yagi admitted his uncertainty, stating that he simply didn't know. Izumi hesitated, asking, they would be able to confront the threat. Yagi cautioned her, explaining that the mastery over such a quirk was alarming. Even 𝗵𝗃 would struggle to cause such destruction without significant collateral damage. He urged her to keep her distance if they encountered the attacker, advising her to run if she saw them. Meanwhile, Izuku stood in the shower, allowing the water to cascade over him. He couldn't shake the images from his mind, the expressions of the leader and the others, filled with pain and despair. As they all succumbed to his flames, the blinding light left their leader a mere shadow of his former self, never to recover. In a flashback, Stain questioned Izuku's true motivation for his actions. Izuku remained silent for a moment before Stain continued, suggesting that some might claim it was for the betterment of the world, while others might seek the thrill of it all. Izuku finally revealed that his motivation was his sister, raising an eyebrow at his own response. He explained that she had been fortunate enough to avoid witnessing the world's darker side, unlike him. He expressed his longing to eradicate the corruption around them, seeking a safer place for her, determined to prevent any further tragedy from befalling her. The flashback ended, and Izuku looked at his reflection in the mirror, the yellow tint in his eyes still present. He turned to his jacket pocket and pulled out one of the eyes he had taken, which appeared less grotesque than before, now shimmering with a golden hue. Something deep within him stirred, causing his hands to tremble. In a moment of impulsiveness, he placed the eye in his mouth, feeling a burning sensation as he chewed. The eye made a popping noise as he swallowed it, and a surge of pain coursed through his body. He fought to suppress a scream, noticing embers beginning to rise from his hands. Gasping for air, the pain eventually subsided, and he stood up, feeling an unfamiliar sensation wash over him. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Izumi called out, inquiring if he was all right or if he had fallen into the toilet again. He couldn't help but scoff at her teasing. He assured her that he would be out soon, and she reminded him about Machi Day, her excitement evident in her voice. He chuckled at her enthusiasm, thinking that perhaps, in the end, she wouldn't have to worry at all. Whispers echoed in the background as the sky glowed with golden and bronze hues, an eye watching over a desolate land devoid of life. Izuku awoke from his dream, a vision of a world where life no longer existed, a place where 𝗵𝗲 had ceased. He prepared for another day of school, grappling with the fear of what he had become. He reflected on how easy it felt to take a life, a chaotic ability he possessed. Checking his phone, he saw a message from 𝗍𝗫, warning him to stay safe as a dangerous villain had been spotted. He sighed, recalling how she had overheard his nickname during a recent hangout with Izumi. As he felt the small bump on his head, he winced, knowing Mako had wanted to hurt him. He was fortunate that his quirk's regenerative abilities had saved him from more serious harm. Suddenly, he was nearly shoved aside, but he stood his ground, causing the person to stumble. Turning to offer help, his frown deepened as he recognized Bakugo, who shouted at him in frustration. Izuku rolled his eyes, knowing Bakugo's temper all too well. Bakugo yelled at him, demanding to know why he was out there. Izuku retorted that he was simply walking, suggesting that Bakugo should be able to figure it out. Bakugo's anger escalated, and he accused Izuku of being responsible for his sister's failure in the exams, demanding to know if she had asked him for help. Izuku dismissed the accusation, but suddenly felt a heat radiating from his forearms as he unintentionally used his quirk, causing his skin to redden and peel. Despite the pain, he smiled, taunting Bakugo about his reliance on aggression. Bakugo, infuriated, tackled him, but Izuku pushed him away, sending him crashing into a fence. Izuku mused about how he had once been bullied by Bakugo, allowing someone so insecure to overpower him just to feed his ego. He expressed relief that his sister had seen through 𝗵𝗃𝗁's facade before it could corrupt her. 𝗵𝗃𝗁, confused, demanded to know what 𝗧𝗂𝘁 was talking about. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 recalled how 𝗵𝗃𝗁's behavior had nearly influenced his sister, but she was smart enough to resist. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 challenged him, questioning why he thought he was superior. In a moment of frustration, 𝗵𝗃𝗁 attempted to use his quirk again, but 𝗧𝗂𝘁 swiftly clipped a suppressant cuff onto him. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 was taken aback, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 seized the opportunity to punch him in the nose, causing tears and blood to flow. As 𝗵𝗃𝗁 shouted in anger, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 walked away, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. He found it pathetic that 𝗵𝗃𝗁 had attacked someone who was struggling, only to be outmatched by that same person. As he left, 𝗵𝗃𝗁 stood frozen, realizing that 𝗧𝗂𝘁 had finally fought back instead of cowering away like before. Izumi sighed, resting her face against her desk, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. Mina noticed her friend's gloomy demeanor and approached, gently poking at her hair. Normally, Izumi was both fun-loving and serious, but this was the first time Mina had seen her like this. Izumi responded with a soft grunt, barely acknowledging Mina's presence. Concerned, Mina asked if she was okay, but Izumi simply mumbled in response. Mina offered to stay by her side, sensing that Izumi needed support. As the door opened, 𝗧𝗓 and 𝗧𝗏𝗂 entered, chatting amiably. 𝗧𝗓 greeted everyone, but he quickly noticed Izumi's posture and began to comment on her manners. However, Mina waved him off, indicating that Izumi wasn't in the mood for a lecture. 𝗧𝗓 understood and decided to let it go. 𝗧𝗏𝗂 hoped for a good lesson that day, but Mina expressed her frustration about their teacher's recent behavior, recalling how he had made them run nonstop and then lied about expelling them from school. 𝗧𝗓 explained that such tactics were common to push students to their limits, but Mina still felt it was unfair. Just then, 𝗵𝗃𝗁 burst into the room, a bandage on his nose. Mina asked if he was all right, but he snapped at her to mind her own business. Mina, taken aback, was just trying to be friendly. Another student, Shoka, entered and greeted everyone shyly before taking her seat. Tsuyu also said hello, tilting her head in confusion at Izumi's state. Mina reassured Tsuyu that everything was fine. Aizawa entered, grabbing his coffee, but instead of staying he took his yellow sleeping bag and left, leaving the class bewildered. Mina questioned his sudden departure, and Momo confirmed that he had indeed left. Izumi muttered something under her breath, prompting 𝗧𝗏𝗂 to ask for clarification. Jiryu, sitting across the room, understood Izumi's words and shuddered, while Kirishima inquired if she had heard what Izumi said. Suddenly, laughter echoed through the halls, and a loud voice announced its arrival. The door swung open with a force that nearly broke the hinges. All Might entered, declaring his presence with enthusiasm. Izumi instinctively tried to hide behind her bag, recalling a past moment that made her cringe. In her memory, Yagi had announced a joint duo test, and she had protested against his ridiculous outfit. He assured her that he would be in his hero form, which would be more appropriate, but she still felt uneasy about it. The flashback faded, and Izumi shook her head, trying to shake off the embarrassment. She remembered the time they had gone to a diner together, and how strange it felt to see him in his usual attire rather than his heroic form. As All Might called out names for the students to claim their suitcases, Izumi realized she hadn't heard her name called. Was there a mistake? All Might then addressed her, explaining that her outfit was last on the list due to an additional item she had delivered. He instructed her to head toward the support wing, where she would find Power Loader. Nodding, she made her way out, and 𝗧𝗏𝗂 waved goodbye as they headed to the locker room, while 𝗵𝗃𝗁 scoffed at the situation. Kirishima expressed disbelief at the events unfolding. The excitement was palpable as the students anticipated their lesson with all might. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 responded with a grunt, while Kirishima inquired about the injury on 𝗵𝗃𝗁's nose, suggesting he had an unfortunate encounter. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 casually mentioned he had run into someone from his past but assured Kirishima that he had dealt with the situation. Izuku sat alone on the school rooftop, gazing at his phone during a group call with his friends. They were discussing the new downloadable content for their favorite game, seeking strategies to tackle a challenging boss fight that required teamwork. Tamaki nervously shared his experience of learning the hard way that the boss healed when grabbed, prompting Mirio to express his realization about the boss's unpredictable healing. The conversation shifted to their school year, with Mirio mentioning that he and Tamaki had secured a gig at 𝗵𝗃. Izuku expressed his happiness for them, but Mirio reassured him that their distance wouldn't affect their friendship. Izuku, feeling unworthy, downplayed his significance, leading to a moment of silence. He apologized for his mood, acknowledging that it was no excuse for his behavior. Mirio and Tamaki offered their support, and after a brief farewell, Izuku hung up, feeling regretful for his earlier outburst. All Might entered the scene with enthusiasm, praising the students for their readiness. As they awaited Izumi's arrival, she burst in, catching everyone's attention. In a flashback, Izumi recalled a moment in Izuku's room where he presented her with a protective outfit, expressing his concern for her safety. The memory was filled with warmth as Izuku emphasized the importance of her protection, revealing the depth of his care for her. Now, as Izumi adjusted her new vest, she noticed her classmates admiring her appearance. Ochako complimented her, and Mina playfully teased her about being a fan of All Might. All Might then began distributing cards, explaining that they would serve as a test of their teamwork and leadership skills. Izumi found herself partnered with Mineta, who had been eyeing her and the other girls. Jdekuwhatif questioned the pairing, and All Might clarified that they couldn't choose anyone who already had a card. Izumi contemplated her options and decided to team up with Mina, who responded with playful banter. All Might explained the simulation they would be participating in, where they needed to disarm a bomb. Izumi felt a sense of fate as she realized her team would face Bakugo and Ida. They stood outside a large building, preparing for the challenge. Mina asked about their strategy, and Izumi, nicknamed 𝗬𝗵 by Mina, began to outline their plan. Considering their quirks, Izumi deduced that the bomb would likely be on the 3rd or 4th floor, as they would anticipate their moves. Mina suggested launching her to the upper floors, and Izumi agreed, knowing Bakugo's reckless nature would lead him to confront her. They devised a plan where Izumi would distract Ida while Mina disarmed the bomb. With All Might's signal, they began their mission. Izumi lifted Mina into the air, and she quickly entered the 3rd floor. As Izumi steadied herself and rushed through the doors, she found herself in a school-like setting, complete with furniture. A voice echoed, welcoming her to the birthplace of villainy, which she assumed was Ida role-playing. Unable to contain her amusement, she shared her thoughts with Mina through their earpiece. As she hurried up the stairs to the 2nd floor, she noticed it was unusually dark. The faint light barely penetrated the boards covering the windows. Continuing onward, she suddenly stopped, sensing a stillness in the air. Steadying herself, she instinctively ducked just as an explosion rocked the building. Turning, she caught a glimpse of Bakugo disappearing into the shadows again. Frustrated, she used her quirk to pull the boards off, hoping to get a clearer view of him. There was no choice but to press on. Another explosion erupted, this time blowing a hole in the wall beside her. Diving into the darkness, she strained to locate him. Bakugo declared he had her now, and she called out, urging him to show himself, reminding him that he was leaving his teammate to fend for herself. He retorted that his classmate knew his place, but she and Deku did not. Another explosion lit up the space as she lunged forward, feeling the blast graze her leg. The fabric of her clothing burned slightly, but the injury was not severe. Determined to find him again, she used her quirk to remove the remaining boards, revealing the area to the light. Bakugo shouted a threat, and she quickly moved to the left, grabbing his fist and twisting to throw him into the light. He stumbled backward, crashing into the wall. Embracing the moment, she playfully declared him a villain and used her telekinesis to fling him toward the window, holding him in place. He struggled, furious, and she told him to stop. He snapped back, refusing to let her look down on him like someone else had. In a fit of anger, he unleashed an explosion that blew a hole in the ceiling, sending dust raining down. The debris hit her face, making it difficult to breathe. Coughing and rubbing her eyes, she felt tears welling up. As the dust settled, she barely managed to dodge the attack, her left arm now seared. She thought about how Izuku would react to Bakugo's reckless behavior. Getting back on her feet, She noticed 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 was also injured, missing a gauntlet and with broken fingers. They glared at each other, both ready to resume their confrontation. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, commanding them to stop. The authority in the voice silenced them both, and even their classmates paused. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 fell silent for the first time, fear evident on his face. The authority figure expressed disappointment in him, emphasizing that his actions could have seriously harmed or even killed a fellow student. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 remained quiet, and the authority figure insisted they would discuss this matter with the principal. They instructed 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to head to the nurse's office and asked about her classmates, 𝗧𝗏𝗍 and 𝗧𝗏𝗏. Just then, the floor above them cracked and collapsed. 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 tumbled down, landing on 𝗧𝗵𝗲. 𝗵𝗃 greeted her cheerfully, while 𝗧𝗏𝗏 quickly apologized for the mishap. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 reassured them that she was fine, despite the pain in her arm. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 noticed the injury and expressed concern, but the authority figure insisted that 𝗧𝗏𝗏 should follow the instructions given. 𝗵𝗃 agreed to guide her to the nurse's office, and as they left, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 overheard her father reprimanding 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁. Looking at her arm, she noticed the skin was red and beginning to swell, causing her pain with every movement. She fought back tears as 𝗵𝗃 tried to comfort her, assuring her that everything would be okay. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 expressed her frustration, and 𝗵𝗃 cursed 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 for his actions. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗃 sat across from 𝗧𝗨𝗧𝗏, who was eager to check on him. He reassured her that he was doing fine, but she frowned, sensing something was off. Concern filled her expression as she recalled what others had said about his feelings of being replaceable. 𝗧𝗃 insisted that his friends had bright futures ahead and that it was better for them not to waste time on him. 𝗧𝗨𝗧𝗏 firmly stated that they would never abandon him, but 𝗧𝗃 grew irritated, questioning why he should be any different. She was taken aback by his response, but he explained that he had felt similar sentiments in the past. 𝗧𝗨𝗧𝗏 shared her own experience of feeling discarded when she was quirkless, revealing how her powers manifested during a dangerous situation. She had once looked up to others for help, only to feel the sting of being deemed unworthy later on. She emphasized that her friends, like Mirio, had never treated her as a means to an end. They saw him for who he truly was, just as he saw them. 𝗧𝗃 felt a momentary relief as 𝗧𝗨𝗧𝗏 took his hand, reassuring him that he was irreplaceable to them. She expressed that they would feel immense pain if anything were to happen to him, and he could see the sincerity in her eyes. As she wiped away his tears, he felt vulnerable, reminiscent of his childhood when he feared broken promises. 𝗧𝗨𝗧𝗏 promised that they would never treat him as anything less than human, and her words broke down his defenses, causing him to weep. He had always endured pain alone, feeling the weight of responsibility as an older sibling to 𝗧𝗏𝗏. Now, having friends who treated him as an equal, he clung to her tightly, apologizing for ruining her outfit. 𝗧𝗨𝗧𝗏 smiled sweetly, assuring him that a few tears wouldn't ruin anything. The warmth of her smile made it clear to him that he had developed feelings for her, and he feared what the future might hold. 3 days of suspension had been imposed on both 𝗧𝗏𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 for their actions during joint training. When 𝗧𝗃 heard about it while in the clinic, he felt a surge of anger. 𝗧𝗃𝗁, his doctor, noted the short suspension and questioned the fairness of the punishment. 𝗧𝗃 expressed his frustration, feeling the urge to confront the principal, but 𝗧𝗃 cautioned him about the potential consequences for 𝗧𝗏𝗏. 𝗧𝗃 knew he had to do something, despite the risks involved. 𝗧𝗃 mentioned a recent incident involving a Yakuza leader found in a horrific state, which 𝗧𝗃 had forgotten about. The doctor described the gruesome details, but 𝗧𝗃 was more interested in 𝗧𝗃's opinion on the matter. 𝗧𝗃 speculated that the individual might be seeking purpose while grappling with the power he considered a curse. 𝗧𝗃 asked what advice 𝗧𝗃 would give to this person, and 𝗧𝗃 suggested caution, warning that such power could corrupt its user. After their conversation, 𝗧𝗃 completed 𝗧𝗃's treatment and asked if he felt better. 𝗧𝗃 confirmed that he did, albeit temporarily. 𝗧𝗃 encouraged him to notify Kiko when he was ready to leave. As 𝗧𝗃 exited, 𝗧𝗃 pondered the doctor's words about the potential for corruption. He felt conflicted, knowing he had been in constant pain but also realizing 𝗧𝗃 had always cared for him. Feeling frustrated, 𝗧𝗃 cursed under his breath. 𝗧𝗃 returned with a clipboard, asking how Izuku had managed to gain control over his quirk. Izuku hesitated but decided to be honest, recounting how he had vented his emotions at the beach, leading to an unexpected release of fire from his eyes that momentarily alleviated his pain. Ujiko found this intriguing and inquired about the fireball's effects. Izuku explained how they burned the sand into a glass-like material, which glowed briefly before extinguishing. Ujiko advised Izuku to avoid overexerting himself, as it could impact his condition over time. Izuku apologized for withholding information but felt reassured by Ujiko's promise to keep everything confidential. After Ujiko left, Izuku found a message from 𝗵𝗧𝗧𝗏 asking if he was available. He replied affirmatively, deciding to set aside his anger towards the 𝗬𝗎 staff for Izumi's sake, hoping it wouldn't change anything. Meanwhile, Izumi had spent the day in her room, avoiding everyone after learning about her suspension. She felt furious but was too drained to argue with her teachers. The memory of Izuku's intense gaze haunted her, a mix of dread and guilt that she couldn't shake. With no one else to talk to, she logged into Izuku's game and joined Mirio and Tamaki in their call. Mirio greeted her, surprised she could join, while Tamaki paused, acknowledging her presence. She felt welcomed and knew they were also students. Curious about the day's events, she asked if they had heard anything about the suspensions. Mirio began to speculate about the students involved, but Tamaki interrupted him, prompting Mirio to shift the conversation. Curious about Izuku's game, she wondered if he would mind her joining. Izumi accepted the invitation and entered their session. Mirio asked if she knew how to play, to which she admitted she had only seen Izuku play and was unsure of her skills. Tamaki reassured her that it was quite simple and began explaining the controls. Izumi found it straightforward but expressed her surprise that it wasn't more complicated. Tamaki explained that while it could be complex, overthinking often made it harder. He noted that she was using Izuku's dexterity/intelligence build, so she should do well. Meanwhile, Izuku hummed a tune while waiting, checking his messages to confirm he was in the right place. He received another message from Stain, listing individuals who needed to be enlightened. He found the term odd but decided to use it. His debut as 𝗧𝗏 the Vigilante had not gone as planned, with many assuming he was a villain, a label he would never accept. Very few reached that status, causing chaos that shook the world. Shaking his head, he took another painkiller as his chest began to ache again. He was eager to use his abilities but had promised Ujiko to keep it under control. Suddenly, a pair of hands covered his eyes. 𝗵𝗧𝗧𝗏 cheerfully announced her presence, her joyful demeanor and beauty lifting his spirits. He playfully responded, pretending not to know who it was. She feigned a pout at his teasing and then sat beside him, sharing that her day had been filled with the usual hero duties. Izuku asked about you, noting he hadn't heard from her in a while. 𝗵𝗧𝗏𝗏 mentioned that you had her own challenges but would manage. Then she turned the conversation back to Izuku, tapping his chest and asking about his condition. He blushed slightly but assured her he was fine for now. 𝗵𝗧𝗏𝗏's expression shifted from cheerful to somber as she looked down, and he sensed she wanted to say something but was struggling to find the right words. She expressed a wish that they could do something to help him, and he shared her sentiment. She reached for his hand, and he flinched at the sudden contact. She promised they would ensure he had a great time, so much so that he would hardly notice his troubles. Her confidence made him laugh, and he agreed to rely on her for that. Changing the subject, he asked if she had heard about his sister. 𝗵𝗧𝗏𝗏 recalled her surprise upon learning about it, initially thinking it couldn't be Izuku's little sister. Izuku remarked that it was the fault of the person she had been fighting. 𝗵𝗧𝗏𝗏 shared her experience of seeing that person in the infirmary, where he had been spouting nonsense about not being the one who faked his way in. Izuku's irritation was evident, and 𝗵𝗧𝗏𝗏 reassured him that you would handle the situation appropriately, recalling her own experiences with 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 during training. Izuku was surprised to learn that she and you had caused some chaos during their training, with you leveling a building. 𝗵𝗧𝗏𝗏 downplayed it, stating they had learned to control their quirks since then, assuring him he had nothing to worry about. As they walked downtown, they passed a store with TVs displaying news about Izuku's encounter with a Yakuza member. He felt frustrated seeing the headline about a new villain rising, insisting he was a vigilante, not a villain. 𝗵𝗧𝗧𝗔𝗂𝘁 expressed her concern about this person, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 pointed to himself, asking if she meant him. She mentioned that something about his quirk made her uneasy, which struck a nerve with him, but he couldn't blame her for her feelings. It piqued his curiosity about what she meant. This was the first time 𝗵𝗧𝗧𝗔𝗂𝘁 had heard about him. She mentioned that, according to what she had heard, his quirk had the ability to burn people, which sounded like a typical fire quirk. However, her teacher had informed her that it was far from ordinary and should be approached with caution. Reports indicated that the victims had suffered severe damage to their eyes just from looking at the light. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 expressed his concern, hoping that 𝗵𝗧𝗧𝗔𝗂𝘁 would not encounter him. 𝗵𝗧𝗧𝗔𝗂𝘁 reassured him that she did not believe such a meeting would occur, but acknowledged that he was taking down villains based on what they had seen. She hoped he was merely a vigilante. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 suggested that if she did see him, she should avoid looking at the flame. 𝗵𝗧𝗧𝗔𝗂𝘁 found that difficult to accept, wishing for a peaceful resolution. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 confirmed that the individual had indeed managed to harness his power, laying out photos of the victims affected by the flame. He inquired whether their little dealer had spoken, to which 𝗧𝗂𝘁 replied that he was only mumbling incoherently in a video. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 noted that the individual was no longer mentally stable enough to provide useful information to the heroes, his mind completely lost. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 continued, explaining that the victims had been left with only their eyes, which glowed dimly and were swollen, comparable in size to a golf ball. When asked about the chances of this individual interfering with their grand plan, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 stated that it should not matter. He explained that with the rate at which the quirk cells were forming and deteriorating, the individual would likely be bedridden or worse by the time their plan came to fruition. Despite this, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 acknowledged that the influence of the flames still lingered in the area, which continued to burn. He theorized that the embers were capable of burning regardless of whether the individual was aware of it, though further observation was needed. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 was commended for his work and instructed to continue his research, with a reminder of what to do should the situation escalate. As night fell over Hosu City, the cold air settled in, and screams echoed in the distance. A man was seen holding a woman in a secluded alley, demanding her compliance while she pleaded for help. The thug turned when he sensed a presence, spotting a figure at the end of the alley, arms raised to shield his face, particularly his eyes. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 noted the unfortunate timing of their meeting, his voice cold and monotone, suggesting something sinister lay beneath the surface. The thug, enraged, brandished a blade, threatening 𝗧𝗂𝘁. Unfazed, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 pointed out the danger the thug posed to the woman, who whimpered for assistance. The thug tightened his grip, threatening her further. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 paused before sheathing his sword, commanding the thug to leave. The woman felt a sense of betrayal, as if her last hope had been extinguished. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 then asked her to avert her gaze to protect herself from further harm. His calm demeanor was oddly captivating, prompting her to comply, tears streaming down her face. The thug, furious, accused 𝗧𝗂𝘁 of wanting the woman to die. As 𝗧𝗂𝘁 lowered his arms, his eyes glowed with a golden light. The thug was taken aback, questioning what was happening. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 urged him to let go of his fears and sins, allowing himself to be enlightened by the distant light. The glow intensified, and the thug's grip loosened, causing the woman to fall to the ground. In fear, she kept her gaze downward, hearing a sizzling sound followed by a howl of pain. Curiosity compelled her to look up, witnessing the stranger gripping her attacker by the head, his hand radiating light. As the thug screamed, she realized that the light was unnatural. Despite her fear, she found herself drawn to it, watching as the thug collapsed. Relief washed over her as she looked at her savior, who seemed to be in great pain from using his power. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 acknowledged that it was finally over, turning to her as she stumbled back, unable to articulate her thoughts. He warned her that anyone who gazed into the distant light would lose themselves, and there was no victory over it. He began to walk away. She called out to him, asking what she should call him. Hearing police sirens approaching, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 knew he had to leave to avoid capture. The woman glanced back at the thug, noticing he was still alive but with his eyes melted and glowing like the flames. She dared not look any longer, realizing that what she had witnessed was not heroism but something far more sinister. As 𝗧𝗂𝘁 leaped across the rooftops, he paused when he was far enough away, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. He let the flames burn from his hands to quell the pain, acknowledging the difficulty of being found. A voice interrupted him, calling him by name. He turned, drawing his weapon and pointing it at the source of the voice. The figure, resembling a reptile, introduced himself as a stranger, resembling a character from one of Mirio's favorite games. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 wondered who the stranger was. The lizard man responded that he was just some friendly competition. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 was surprised to learn that this was a game. The lizard man chuckled, suggesting that it could be if 𝗧𝗂𝘁 was feeling generous. However, in his line of work, one got paid, especially for weapons like the ones 𝗧𝗂𝘁 carried. He pointed out a small chip in 𝗧𝗂𝘁's glaive. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 questioned whether he was expected to simply go along with it. The lizard man replied that unless 𝗧𝗂𝘁 preferred to be broke and known for other reasons, like his gear failing him, he should consider the offer. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 contemplated the lizard man's words, realizing that accepting the offer might make him no different from villains. The lizard man reminded him that he had trained with 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the hero killer. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 acknowledged the point. The lizard man continued, noting that Toga seemed to be following 𝗧𝗂𝘁 closely. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 admitted that she was always around. The lizard man expressed that he would find that disturbing, but 𝗧𝗂𝘁 mentioned that she had grown on him. The lizard man shrugged off 𝗧𝗂𝘁's comment. Curious about the partnership being offered, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 asked what it would entail. The lizard man explained that there would be no shortage of work. He was well known among certain individuals, and they would take jobs together, splitting the pay and moving on to the next. For the jobs the lizard man was known for, he would leave the choice to 𝗧𝗂𝘁, even allowing him to keep all the pay if he wanted. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 inquired if the people they would be dealing with deserved enlightenment. The lizard man confirmed that they did, tenfold. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 reflected on his mission to make the world a safer place, ensuring the safety of his sister, friends, and fulfilling his father's promise to endure the pain until the end. He wanted to make a change. With a sigh, he decided to accept the deal and asked what he should call the lizard man. The lizard man chuckled and introduced himself as Spinner. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 asked when they would start. Spinner provided a cell number, explaining that he would send alerts about contracts every evening. They would handle the jobs together, and Spinner would give 𝗧𝗂𝘁 the choice of judging them. By the end, they would both walk away with full pockets. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 considered the offer and agreed. Spinner mentioned he would also connect 𝗧𝗂𝘁 with a man named Jiren, who could assist with his gear if needed. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 questioned why Spinner was offering all this, given the possibility of betrayal. Spinner laughed, stating he had nothing to lose and that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had spoken highly of 𝗧𝗂𝘁. If he had impressed 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Spinner had no doubts about 𝗧𝗂𝘁's intentions. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 was surprised to learn that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had thought positively of him, as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 usually focused on his technique rather than offering resources. He thought it might be amusing to send 𝗧𝗵𝗲 a postcard just to tease him. Spinner expressed interest in seeing that. As 𝗧𝗂𝘁 scratched his chest, trying to ease the growing pain, Spinner advised him to keep a low profile for now. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 nodded in agreement. Spinner then leaped away, leaving 𝗧𝗂𝘁 alone with his thoughts. 𝗧𝗂𝘁's mind drifted to the aftermath of the slime villain incident, which had left lingering negative effects. Despite his physical strength, his quirk's power stemmed from his thoughts, which frightened him. He realized he would never truly escape the past, and even now, it fueled the burning ache within him. He reminded himself to endure. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗍𝗻 returned to school, greeted by her friends. She learned that during her 3-day absence, reporters had tried to break into the school to question All Might. Additionally, someone had snuck in among the crowd, and the questions revolved around a supposed demon that had been attacking people at night, leaving them in a maddened state. A woman had been saved from becoming a victim, but her assailant had been left in a state of confusion, claiming to have seen the light. It was unsettling news. Frustrated with her luck, 𝗧𝗍𝗻 noticed Bakugo at the door. She waited for him to enter first to avoid his usual attitude, but he had other plans. He accused her of being a backstabbing friend, which appalled her. Bakugo insisted she was acting uptight and more aggressive than usual. 𝗧𝗍𝗻 thought back to how he had tried to turn her against her brother over the years they had been friends. Bakugo argued that he was only trying to show her how much her brother was holding her back. Izumi shot back, stating that he was fortunate no one knew the true nature of his character. Bakugo then brought up a painful incident from their childhood, causing Izumi to flinch. The memory of that day still haunted her, and she felt a mix of anger and regret. She reminded Bakugo that she had changed since then, vowing never to repeat her past mistakes, unlike him, who seemed to thrive on aggression. The tension between them escalated, their glares intense enough to spark a storm. Lita intervened, urging them to stop blocking the entrance and come inside. Izumi welcomed Shoka with a wave of her arm before settling back into her seat, preparing for her next task. She glanced at the daunting stack of homework in front of her, feeling a sense of dread wash over her. Shoka, the girl with snow-white hair, hesitated before speaking up. Izumi acknowledged her with a nod, pulling out a notebook and handing it to Shoka. Shoka offered the notes she had taken over the past 3 days, suggesting that Izumi could use them if she wished. As Izumi flipped through the pages, a smile spread across her face, and she expressed her gratitude to Shoka, who quietly returned to her seat. Just then, Aizawa entered the room, his usual grumbling filling the air. He noted that the students were improving in their ability to be quiet. He instructed them to listen carefully, emphasizing his dislike for repeating himself. The next day, the class was set to visit a facility known as USJ. Aizawa advised everyone to rest up for the trip. He addressed Izumi and Bakugo, expressing that if he had the authority, he would have expelled them already. However, due to some fortunate circumstances, they had managed to gain the staff's favor and remain in his class. He warned them that if there were any more incidents, regardless of their status, they would be removed from his class. Izumi and Bakugo nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. Aizawa then instructed the class to take out their notebooks for a lesson on quirk analysis. He activated the projector, displaying an image of the vigilante known as 𝗧𝗵𝗃, often referred to as a demon. Aizawa explained that while it was difficult to share such information without causing public panic, he felt it was necessary. The students shuddered at the name as they observed 𝗧𝗃's unusual appearance, a mix of a ronin and a knight. Toru commented on the color yellow in 𝗧𝗃's attire, expressing her distaste. Momo inquired about the purpose of the lesson. Aizawa played a video showing 𝗧𝗃 using his quirk, unleashing erratic bursts of golden flames. He emphasized the importance of learning to analyze quirks. Momo raised her hand, identifying that the vigilante had a fire-based quirk. Shoto, sitting nearby, displayed a look of annoyance, which did not go unnoticed by his sister. Aizawa prompted the class for further observations. Lita noted that the flames appeared chaotic, lacking organization. Siro added that the flames did not seem to target anything specifically, while Satu remarked that they were scattered everywhere. Aizawa confirmed their observations, indicating that there were deeper layers to understand. He played another video showing the flames melting everything in their path, wood, fences, and even the ground itself. Izumi raised her hand again, suggesting that the flames adjusted their temperature based on the material they touched. Aizawa affirmed her insight, explaining that the flames could melt or incinerate anything they encountered, and the reasons behind this were still unknown. He then displayed a chilling image of a giant eye, revealing that 𝗧𝗃's quirk could induce mania and psychosis. The revelation startled the class. Jirou expressed her shock, and Aizawa elaborated that the quirk could burn people and potentially leave them in a vegetative state, attacking anyone they encountered. Lita remarked on the frightening nature of such a trait, while Tsuyu agreed. Mineta hesitantly asked why they were being shown this information. Aizawa explained that as future heroes, they would encounter quirks like this and needed to be prepared for the potential dangers. He emphasized the importance of understanding quirks to increase their chances of survival. The class was reminded that mistakes could lead to dire consequences, not just for themselves but for others as well. Izumi thought about how her brother, Izuku, would thrive in this class, imagining all the insights he could provide regarding the quirks. As the lesson continued, she became more engrossed in the analysis of quirks and how they could be understood, even without the user's awareness. Aizawa concluded that just because a quirk appeared villainous did not mean the user was inherently evil. All individuals deserved equal treatment, regardless of their intentions. Keeping danger to a minimum was crucial. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗧𝗏 frowned at a news article on her phone, revealing that the vigilante had struck again. He was reported to have saved a woman from harm, but there was more to the story. Mirio reacted with concern as he read that the criminal had been found in a broken state, unable to speak coherently, and like many of his victims, they were missing their eyes. Yu wondered what kind of person this vigilante was, while Tamaki speculated that he seemed to target villains or criminals. Mirio emphasized the importance of capturing criminals to ensure they received proper punishment, expressing his frustration. Yu noticed 𝗧𝗧𝗏's unusual silence and asked if something was wrong. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 hesitated before admitting that it wasn't about 𝗧𝗂𝘁 specifically, but rather his condition. She recalled how 𝗧𝗂𝘁 had confided in them about his struggles. The previous day, she had seen him sitting on a bench, clutching his chest and looking distressed. She had wanted to help him but saw that he managed to calm himself. Tamaki noted that 𝗧𝗂𝘁's struggles seemed to come and go, and Yu asked how she knew. Tamaki explained that they often communicated online. Mirio inquired about 𝗧𝗂𝘁's well-being, and 𝗧𝗧𝗏 described how he appeared tired and exhausted, trying to hide his struggles from them. Mirio recalled a moment when he and Tamaki had been with 𝗧𝗂𝘁, noting that he had tried to mute his microphone, but they still heard him. Yu remembered that instance as well, and 𝗧𝗧𝗏 expressed her wish that there was something she could do to help him. They felt helpless watching him suffer, and one of them rubbed her eyes, trying to hold back tears. Yu turned to 𝗧𝗧𝗏 and smiled gently, acknowledging the difficult situation 𝗧𝗂𝘁 was facing. She reminded 𝗧𝗧𝗏 that all they could do was be there for him, just as he had always been there for them. Mirio agreed, emphasizing 𝗧𝗂𝘁's strength in enduring so much while still managing to smile. Tamaki nodded in agreement, and Yu reassured 𝗧𝗧𝗏 that their support would mean the world to 𝗧𝗂𝘁, who needed to know he wasn't alone in his struggles. The night before Izumi's trip, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 felt a mix of excitement and worry. She had explained the trip would simulate weather disasters, and while he was thrilled for her, concern lingered. Izumi assured her brother that she would be fine, but 𝗧𝗂𝘁 couldn't help but ask repeatedly if she was sure. He expressed his protective nature as her brother, ruffling her hair playfully, which made her protest about her freshly combed hair. Their conversation shifted as Izumi raised an eyebrow, questioning how 𝗧𝗧𝗏 treated him. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 recognized the tone in her voice, knowing she was suspicious. She recalled a past incident where someone had tried to embarrass him, and her protective instincts kicked in. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 flicked her forehead gently, reminding her to watch her language, and clarified that he and 𝗧𝗧𝗏 were not dating, despite spending time together. Izumi pushed him playfully, pointing out that going out for food and movies together could be seen as dating. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 scratched his head, realizing he might have been oblivious to that possibility. Izumi insisted she would still talk to 𝗧𝗧𝗏 to ensure he wouldn't face the same hurt he had in middle school. She vividly remembered how she had confronted those who had bullied him. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 mentioned that Mirio had introduced him to 𝗧𝗧𝗏 and that he trusted Mirio's judgment. Izumi agreed, noting Mirio's good character, but teased 𝗧𝗂𝘁 about his age. Their playful banter continued, with Izumi expressing curiosity about Tamaki's mysterious nature. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 preferred not to discuss his friends in that way, but Izumi found it amusing. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 felt a pang in his chest, and Izumi's playful demeanor shifted to concern. She handed him water and a painkiller, and he thanked her, assuring her he would be okay even when she got busy at school. Izumi insisted she would drop everything for his safety, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 reassured her that he had friends and support, including Ujiko, who had been keeping an eye on him. They discussed Izumi's potential as a hero, with 𝗧𝗂𝘁 encouraging her to aim high. Izumi wondered if she would encounter a certain vigilante, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 flinched at the thought, quickly masking his reaction. He reminded her that the heroes were on the case and that the vigilante was targeting criminals, not her specifically. Izumi expressed her concerns about the vigilante's actions, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 acknowledged the seriousness of the situation while encouraging her to stay positive. Izumi contemplated the possibility of the vigilante being captured before they ventured into the field, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 agreed that with so many heroes around, it was likely he would be caught soon. They both understood the risks but remained hopeful for the future. This situation didn't change anything. Once everything was resolved, it would quickly fade away. Izumi felt a pang of guilt for having to conceal the truth from her. If she discovered that her own brother was responsible for all those tragedies, she would never view him the same way again. Izuku urged her to stay safe, and she assured him that she would. He asked her to promise, and she nodded in agreement, affirming her commitment. On that day, Izumi and her classmates waited outside for the bus, all dressed in their hero outfits. Some felt nervous, while others were excited about what the lesson would entail. Once on the bus, Lita attempted to maintain order, but it quickly unraveled. Izumi found herself sitting next to Shoka, who appeared anxious. Izumi greeted Shoka, reminding her that they were in this together. Shoka responded with a shy hello, and Izumi expressed her gratitude for the notes Shoka had lent her recently. Shoka downplayed her help, looking away, but Izumi insisted that her assistance was indeed special. Shoka seemed surprised by this, which puzzled Izumi. With a sigh, Izumi contemplated whether the day would be amazing or torturous. Suddenly, Tsuyu approached her. Tsuyu, preferring to be called by her last name, had a question about Izumi's quirk, which had reminded her of All Mights during their last encounter. Izumi felt a rush of anxiety, realizing she had forgotten to clarify. She explained that her quirk was a form of kinesis, allowing her to condense and stockpile energy, which she could then release in bursts. However, this process also meant that her limbs would experience the same force in return. Satisfied with the explanation, Tsuyu returned to her seat, leaving Izumi to wonder how far Izuku would have progressed. Just then, 𝗓𝗪 appeared, curious about the name Izuku. When Izumi mentioned he was her older brother, Shoka leaned in, intrigued. 𝗓𝗪 pressed for details about him, and Izumi found herself caught off guard. She had thought Mina was the most inquisitive. Izumi described her brother as kind, polite, and supportive, admitting that she wouldn't have come this far without him. 𝗓𝗪 remarked on the high regard Izumi held for him, prompting her to share that he was a significant reason she aspired to be a hero. Shoka, puzzled, asked for clarification, and Izumi revealed her longing to save him. This revelation left both girls confused yet curious. 𝗓𝗪 asked if Izuku was in danger, but Izumi quickly reassured them that it was a personal matter. 𝗓𝗪 respected her privacy, suggesting that if she wasn't comfortable sharing, she didn't have to. Grateful for their understanding, Izumi explained that she and Izuku had always dreamed of becoming heroes together. However, circumstances in their childhood forced him to abandon that dream, and she had promised to fulfill it for both of them. It was a promise she took seriously. He assisted her in discovering ways to use her quirk, including the ability to fly. 𝗓𝗪 noted that she had seen Izumi use her quirk before but had never questioned it. Izumi explained that typically, she needed a direct line of sight to the object or person, except for herself. Shoka inquired about the exception, and Izumi elaborated on a peculiar idea presented to her. It suggested that if she needed a line of sight, she was already seeing through her own eyes, which initially confused her. However, after contemplating it, she decided to give it a try, and to her surprise, she found that she could indeed fly. 𝗓𝗪 expressed her admiration and wondered if he could assist her with her own quirk, remarking on his impressive analytical abilities. This made Izumi frown slightly, as she felt uncertain about how they would react to the fact that he was quirkless. Drawing from her experiences at her previous school, she feared he might be treated poorly. She requested that they leave the topic alone, and 𝗓𝗪 agreed. Just then, Lita cautioned 𝗓𝗪 not to stand up, and as if on cue, the two of them lurched forward from the sudden stop. Izumi used her quirk to catch them, allowing them to land softly. Aizawa, unfazed by the commotion, instructed them to get off the bus. Kaminari groaned about the lack of warning as Mineta crawled out from beneath him, and Bakugo urged everyone to hurry as he stepped over them. Lita thanked Izumi for her help and apologized for the trouble they had caused. Kaminari reassured him that it was all good, while Mineta lamented about not being stepped on by a girl, causing 𝗓𝗪 to cringe at his comment. Aizawa raised his voice, urging them to exit the bus, and they hurried out. Ochako immediately entered fangirl mode upon spotting 13, and Izumi was equally awestruck by the space hero's presence. 13 welcomed the students of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 with a wave, and Izumi marveled at the facility. Aizawa pulled out some index cards, drawing 13th's attention. He sighed and introduced the Unseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short, explaining that it was where they would learn essential lessons on their journey to becoming heroes. He tossed the card aside and took a sip of his coffee, trying to maintain a composed demeanor. 13, attempting to keep things normal, explained that the students would be divided into groups to navigate various scenarios that would require strategy, tactics, and teamwork. These scenarios would simulate different terrains they might encounter as heroes, such as the rooftops of Hosu City, the Japan docks, and downtown Kyoto, among others. Suddenly, a black portal began to form behind them, prompting Izumi to point it out. Everyone turned to see a hand reaching out to open the portal wider, followed by the emergence of two men. One of the men, dressed in a suit with a flaming head, announced their arrival and inquired about All Might's whereabouts. Izumi's heart raced at the mention of her father. The other man, covered in multiple hands, expressed annoyance at All Might's absence and suggested that they would have to wait for him. Aizawa firmly stated that they would wait for no one and demanded their surrender. Kirishima, filled with enthusiasm, shouted that the villains had no chance. The man with the hands laughed, while the flaming one remained unfazed. The leader ordered the next phase to commence, and more portals opened, releasing thugs and criminals of all kinds. Kurogyari suggested that if All Might was absent, threatening the students might draw him out. The leader echoed this sentiment, unsettling everyone. Izumi urged Lita to run and get help, emphasizing that he was the fastest among them. Lita hesitated but ultimately agreed and sprinted off. Kurogyari remarked that it was rude to leave their guests waiting as portals began to form beneath the students. Izumi called out for Aizawa, who cursed under his breath, while 13 demanded to know where the students had been taken. Kurogyari responded that they were providing a taste of the real world, adding a sinister remark about the potential for the students to perish. Meanwhile, 2 hours earlier, Izuku had been called out by Stain, the infamous hero killer. Stain, cloaked and hidden in an alleyway, informed Izuku about a planned attack on the USJ. Izuku's anxiety spiked at the mention of and the potential danger to his sister. Stain warned him that joining the League of Villains would label him a villain, but Izuku insisted he could not stand by if his sister was in danger. Stain, seeing the determination in Izuku's eyes, reluctantly agreed to help him gain access to the group, cautioning him to be prepared for what lay ahead. As Izumi fell through the portal, she landed in a large body of water. Using her quirk, she propelled herself out, feeling embarrassed about her inability to swim. She managed to grab onto a makeshift yacht, pulling herself up over the railing and coughing out water. She wondered what was happening, recalling the flame-wielding man and Kurogyari, whose ability to open portals posed a significant threat. A dangerous foe loomed nearby. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air, prompting Izumi to lean over the railing and spot Mineta in distress. She shouted for him to hang on, ready to use her quirk, but Tsuyu emerged from the water just in time, catching him. Mineta expressed his relief, feeling as though an angel had saved him, but Izumi glared at him in disgust as Tsuyu tossed him onto the boat and jumped on herself. Mineta exclaimed in surprise, and Izumi checked on Tsuyu, who assured her she was fine. Mineta gave a thumbs up, while Shoka rushed over, clearly worried. Izumi acknowledged Shoka's arrival, and Shoka insisted they needed a plan quickly. Izumi asked what Shoka meant, and Shoka explained that she had seen enemies entering a nearby area. They needed to draw out All Might, and the threats made Shoka shiver with fear. Izumi tried to comfort her, grabbing her shoulders, while Tsuyu reported that she could make out 15 foes. Mineta panicked, fearing for their lives, but Izumi reassured them that they would survive. She declared that, in her brother's name, she would not let anything happen to them. They needed a strategy, and Izumi instructed Shoka to create an ice wall to protect them as they moved further in. Shoka agreed, though Izumi felt a deep sense of fear. Meanwhile, Momo was dragging a disoriented Kaminari away from their captors. Jairu was distressed as they ran, but the thugs managed to grab her jacket. Momo shouted for Jairu, who resisted fiercely. The thug taunted them, promising to be gentle, but Jairu fought back, horrified as she felt the thug's intentions. Momo rushed to help, but she too was captured. The thugs discussed their plans, revealing their intent to draw out All Might, and the girls felt a wave of dread wash over them. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the cliffside, and the girls looked up to see a mysterious figure in a flowing yellow cloak, wielding a large glaive. He questioned the thugs about their intentions, and they revealed their malicious plans. The figure, known as 𝗧𝗃, declared that someone must extinguish their evil. The criminals trembled in fear, realizing who he was. 𝗧𝗃 prepared to confront them, and as he descended, one thug grabbed Momo, holding her hostage. As the thugs charged at 𝗧𝗃, he leaped into action, using flames to propel himself. He struck the ground with his glaive, causing a shockwave that sent one thug reeling back in pain. Another thug attempted to punch him but met the blade instead, resulting in a sizzling sound. 𝗧𝗃's left hand glowed ominously as he confronted the thug, who began to scream in agony. The others could only watch in horror as 𝗧𝗃 dispatched his foes with swift precision. 𝗧𝗪, unable to look away, caught a glimpse of the chaos unfolding. The flames and the destruction were mesmerizing, even as she tried to shut her eyes. Momo pleaded for help, but 𝗧𝗃 warned the thugs to surrender. One thug, emboldened, demanded 𝗧𝗃 drop his weapon, but he refused. Momo, captivated by 𝗧𝗃's presence, found herself unable to look away as he commanded her to shield her eyes. As the tension escalated, the thug who had been taunting 𝗧𝗃 began to cry out in pain, releasing Momo from his grasp. She dropped to the ground, trying to avoid looking at the chaos. 𝗧𝗃 knelt before her, checking if she was unharmed. Momo, still shaken, confirmed she was all right, despite her fear. 𝗧𝗃 urged them to leave and avoid the judged ones, and 𝗧𝗪 agreed with him. As he stood to leave, Momo called out, but he vanished before they could follow. Back with 𝗧𝗍𝗵 and her group, they waited anxiously for 𝗧𝗪𝗧's plan to unfold. The sound of ice walls shattering echoed around them, and 𝗧𝗍𝗵 urged 𝗧𝗪𝗧 to act. As the final wall broke, 𝗧𝗍𝗵 shouted for 𝗧𝗪𝗧 to freeze the ground beneath them. With their combined efforts, they prepared to defend themselves against the approaching threat. 𝗧𝗍𝗵 watched as myheroacademia flung his hairballs at the villains, causing them to stumble back. She called out to 𝗧𝗪𝗧, urging her to act. With a swift motion, 𝗧𝗍𝗵 used her quirk to freeze the criminals in place, ensuring they would not suffocate. She felt a surge of relief as she confirmed their immobilization and urged everyone to move quickly. myheroacademia expressed his concerns about the villains escaping, but 𝗧𝗍𝗵 reassured him that their combined efforts would keep the criminals trapped until help arrived. Once they exited the simulation, they found themselves in a long hallway. 𝗧𝗍𝗵 heard her name being called and turned to see Momo and 𝗧𝗪 rushing toward her. Concerned, she asked if they were all right and what had happened to Kaminari. 𝗧𝗪 explained that their plan had gone awry, and Momo, draped in a mysterious yellow cloak, seemed shaken. 𝗧𝗪 mentioned a demon, causing myheroacademia to panic, while 𝗧𝗪𝗧 sought clarification. Momo described the figure as the flame bearer, who had been part of their adversaries but had ultimately helped them escape. 𝗧𝗪, however, suggested that he had taken lives instead. 𝗧𝗍𝗵 pressed for more information, and Momo shared that the flame bearer had indicated they were witnesses to a distant light. 𝗧𝗪, eager to move on, insisted they return quickly. 𝗧𝗍𝗵 agreed, and they prepared to make their way back to Aizawa, with 𝗧𝗪𝗧 helping to carry Kaminari, who was exhausted. As they navigated the hallways, 𝗧𝗍𝗵 pondered the presence of the flame bearer and his intentions. 𝗧𝗪 and Momo explained that he had saved them, but the implications of his actions weighed heavily on their minds. They were all weary but determined to return to safety. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗃, or rather Izuku, felt the pain intensify within him. He reached into his pocket and retrieved one of his grapes, swallowing it to regain strength despite the accompanying discomfort. He found himself in a makeshift forest, grunting in pain as he continued his pursuit of those he deemed unworthy. As he advanced through the dark corridors littered with remnants of battle, he heard familiar voices. Bakugo was shouting fiercely as he fought off a group of criminals, while Shoto had frozen others in place. Kirishima felt relief wash over him as the thugs were subdued, but Bakugo's rage only intensified. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their moment of triumph, and they turned to see 𝗧𝗃 standing before them. He addressed Bakugo, and the tension escalated as 𝗵𝗃𝗀 demanded to know who he was. 𝗧𝗃 coldly informed them that many of their enemies were already dead, which alarmed Kirishima and Shoto. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 dismissed 𝗧𝗃's claims, but Kirishima urged caution. 𝗧𝗃 continued, challenging their understanding of heroism and suggesting that true strength required sacrifice. 𝗵𝗃𝗀, frustrated, unleashed an explosion aimed at �𝗃, launching him into a nearby building. As 𗧃 remained still, Kirishima called out to 𝗵𝗃𝗀, who felt justified in his actions, believing he had silenced 𗧃's incessant talk. However, 𗧃 soon emerged from the rubble, unfazed. He criticized 𝗵𝗃𝗀's violent approach, pulling out a yellow orb and consuming it, revealing the gruesome nature of his power. Kirishima gagged at the sight, while 𝗵𝗃𝗀 demanded to know what was happening. 𗧃 taunted them, and 𝗵𝗃𝗀, fueled by anger, charged at him. Kirishima shouted for him to stop, but it was too late. 𗧃 dodged 𝗵𝗃𝗀's attack and seized his wrist, twisting it painfully. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 cried out in frustration, attempting to retaliate with his quirk, but 𗧃 countered, slamming him to the ground. Kirishima snapped out of his shock and rushed to 𝗵𝗃𝗀's side as 𗧃 warned him to stay still if he wished to avoid a grim fate. The tension in the air thickened as the battle continued, each side determined to prove their strength and resolve. 𗧃 lifted 𝗵𝗃𝗀 and swung him to strike Kirishima, sending them both tumbling back as Shoto attempted to freeze him in place. 𗧃 narrowly dodged the attack but was soon caught in another freeze attempt, which succeeded. Shoto declared that 𗧃 would remain there, glancing over at 𝗵𝗃𝗀 and Kirishima, who was bleeding heavily from his hand. Applying pressure to his injury, 𝗵𝗃𝗀 grunted in frustration, urging everyone to look. When he turned back, he saw 𗧃 melting the ice and bursting through, delivering a powerful kick to Shoto's chest, knocking him back. 𗧃 remarked that perhaps Shoto needed to see the distant light to become useful, but he could not help him, as Shoto's existence was still valued by a few who felt heartache. 𗧃 warned that this would not be their last encounter before jumping away, leaving the trio behind. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 muttered angrily about 𗧃 being a nuisance and insisted they needed to regroup. Meanwhile, Kurojirai noted that their ally had not yet arrived, and Shigaraki acknowledged this with a hint of annoyance. Kurojirai mentioned that their reinforcements had been easily defeated, to which Shigaraki responded that at least he wouldn't have to worry about paying them. Kurojirai informed him that 𗧃 had joined their ranks and had taken down many of their volunteers. Shigaraki, not surprised, contemplated the situation and suggested that 𗧃 might serve a purpose for them, even if he was unaware of it. Kurojirai agreed, and they observed their weapon, Nomu, overpowering Aizawa, who was forced into a defensive stance. As the students began to regroup, Momo called out for Aizawa, who was in bad shape. Izumi rushed forward to confront Nomu, using her quirk to push it back with a kinetic blast. However, the creature remained unmoved, prompting Shigaraki to mock Izumi for her efforts, revealing that Nomu was designed to defeat All Might. Izumi, confused and alarmed by the creature's appearance, struggled as it broke through her power and seized her. Momo cried out for her friend as Izumi screamed in fear, and Shigaraki commanded Nomu to demonstrate its true potential. As Nomu gripped Izumi's arm, she fought against it desperately, feeling the strain as her arm was twisted painfully. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, 𗧃 intervened, driving his wakizashi into Nomu's head, forcing it to release Izumi. He evaded the creature's attacks, while Mina rushed to help Izumi, who was in distress from her injury. Aizawa, barely conscious, felt he had failed his students, but suddenly, a voice echoed in the room, announcing the arrival of heroes, including All Might. 𗧃 recognized that his time was up and prepared to retreat, but Gunhead attempted to stop him, only for his bullets to dissolve before reaching 𗧃. Shigaraki expressed frustration at 𗧃's departure, but Kurojirai insisted that letting him go would be beneficial in the future. As a portal opened, 𗧃 glanced back at Izumi, who had fainted from the pain, and urged that they be saved before stepping through. Shigaraki, undeterred, commanded Nomu to attack All Might. A black portal opened, and Izuku stumbled through, his weapons clanging as he fell, injured and exhausted from the toll of his quirk. He cursed himself for underestimating 𝗵𝗃𝗀 and struggled to rise, feeling the weight of his failure. Toga appeared, noticing Izuku's injuries with a playful demeanor. As she approached, she began to tend to his wounds, teasing him about the burns. Izuku, surprised by her concern, inquired how she had found him. Toga playfully evaded the question, revealing her intent to help him recover. Izuku, aware of her past actions, asked her to promise to stop harming innocent people. Toga paused, considering his request, but ultimately declared her love for the thrill of bloodshed, leaving Izuku with a difficult choice. He then proposed a different request, unrelated to their previous conversation. Toga, intrigued, encouraged him to continue. Izuku asked her to try something he had brought, a grape from US. As she closed her eyes and giggled, he hesitated but ultimately placed the grape in her mouth. Toga eagerly began to eat it, liking his fingers in the process. As she savored the fruit, Izuku hoped that this small act might help steer her away from violence, desperate to find a way to minimize the suffering around them. As she prepared to consume it, her body began to tremble. Suddenly, she coughed, and Izuku felt a surge of worry, fearing he might have harmed her. She clutched her throat, scratching at it while groaning in discomfort, drool beginning to mix with blood. Izuku rushed to her side, trying to keep her steady as she cried out in distress, expressing that it burned. Seeing her in pain tugged at his heart, she was a follower willing to endure suffering, becoming a catalyst for the flame bearer, destined to transform like him. Breathing heavily, Toga began to regain her composure, her silence becoming unsettling. Izuku called out to her, concerned. She smiled again, speaking of a distant light that brought warmth and comfort, claiming that no amount of blood could satisfy the warmth it provided. She wondered if this was what heaven felt like, leaning closer to him and resting her head against his chest. He felt a pang of regret as he noticed her eyes glowing softly, yet they did not burn. Toga expressed her longing to feel his heart and flame envelop her in warmth, her tears now ones of joy and happiness, as if she had glimpsed something divine. Izuku agreed to hold her close, feeling his chest begin to glow. Toga gasped, feeling the heat intensify, her eyes burning with sensation. She cried out in despair, revealing how she had been cast aside and told she was abnormal, nothing but a bother. Yet now, she found joy and belief in the light he offered. As she clung to him, Izuku asked if she would listen to everything he had to say. Toga promised to do so by his flame, and he felt a mix of emotions at her sudden change. He declared that she would not harm another innocent as long as he commanded it, to which she cheerfully agreed. He specified that only those who had committed great crimes should face her blade, and her eyes glimmered with understanding. Toga then requested something from him, asking him to continue feeding her grapes, which she found delightful and irreplaceable. Izuku hesitated but realized he was too deep into this to back out. He agreed, brushing her bangs back as she smiled sincerely, thanking him for his kindness. He told her that if she obeyed, she could have all the grapes she desired. Toga promised to return, rushing off into the city, leaving him uncertain whether her transformation was for better or worse. Meanwhile, Izumi cheered for All Might as he battled the Nomu, the students rallying behind him. All Might laughed, confident in his strength, but the students felt a twinge of fear as they noticed the Nomu holding its ground. Izumi observed closely, realizing that All Might was running out of time and desperately sought a way to assist him. In the shadows, Kurogiri announced that their little friend had been dealt with, while Shigaraki expressed satisfaction, allowing All Might to revel in the chaos. Other heroes attempted to fight back, but Kurogiri's portals thwarted their efforts, leaving Shigaraki to declare that none could defeat the Nomu. Laughter filled the air as All Might caught another fist and tossed the Nomu into the sky, observing its movements. The creature let out a cry of distress as All Might struck it again, sending it crashing into the ceiling. Shigaraki was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. All Might then unleashed his signature move, using more than 10% of his power, and the Nomu was split in two before being flung in different directions. All Might laughed triumphantly, taunting Shigaraki about his defeat. Shigaraki cursed in frustration, while Kurogiri insisted they needed to retreat. Midnight intervened, attempting to release her gas to hinder their escape, but Kurogiri swiftly picked up Shigaraki, and they jumped back into the portal, leaving the heroes behind. Kirishima, filled with excitement, exclaimed about All Might's incredible strength, while Izumi felt a wave of relief wash over her, glad that the fight was over, though the villains had managed to escape. Lita rushed to their teacher, Mr. Aizawa, only to find him unconscious. Midnight warned the students to stay back as she assessed his injuries, keeping his head steady. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 urged them to get Aizawa to Recovery Girl immediately, and Midnight agreed. All Might addressed the students, commending them for their bravery in defending themselves against the villains. With a final farewell, he leaped away, creating another hole in the ceiling. 13 sighed, remarking on All Might's typical behavior, while Snipe stated that they needed to secure the Nomu to prevent the villains from reclaiming it. The police arrived shortly after to assist. Izumi, frustrated, was having her arm examined when Recovery Girl approached her, tapping her cane lightly. Recovery Girl questioned her reckless actions, to which Izumi explained that she had to act to save her teacher. Recovery Girl acknowledged her bravery but warned her not to act so recklessly again. Izumi nodded in agreement, glancing at her classmates who were also being treated, noticing Bakugo's injured wrist. Bakugo vented his frustration, prompting the medical staff to urge him to stay still. Jirou, still in shock, recounted her terrifying encounter with the flame bearer, describing how he had acted heroically despite the horror of the situation. Momo shared her experience, explaining how he had advised her to keep her eyes shut while helping them. Mineta expressed concern for Kaminari, who was on a stretcher, and was reassured that he would recover soon. Izumi felt a sense of relief that even Mineta showed compassion for someone else. As Izumi woke up, she noticed the ceiling fan slowly turning above her. She was bandaged up and about to sit up when she realized her brother was by her side, sleeping while holding her hand. Guilt washed over her. She had promised to stay safe, but the sudden attack had been unexpected. She squeezed his hand gently, causing him to stir and open his eyes. She greeted him softly and he responded, checking on her arm. She assured him that she was fine, taking a sip from the water bottle he handed her. They exchanged light banter, teasing each other about their words and mannerisms. Izumi noticed the cuffs on Izuku's wrist, prompting her to ask about them. He explained that they were meant to help with his pain but admitted that he still struggled at times. Izumi felt a pang of guilt, comparing her experiences to his. She praised him for his strength, recounting all the challenges he had faced since childhood. She emphasized how he had always stood up for himself and others, even when faced with adversity. Izuku was taken aback by her words, realizing the admiration she held for him. He looked away, trying to hold back tears as she wrapped her arm around him, offering comfort. Izuku expressed his longing to be a source of motivation for her, even if he didn't see himself as a hero. They both understood that their paths might lead them in different directions, but Izumi was determined to return to school to catch up on her studies. They discussed their teacher's strictness, with Izuku expressing his frustration about receiving a grade despite their recent ordeal. Izumi teased him about his views on their classmates, prompting a light-hearted exchange about their appearances. The playful banter continued, bringing a moment of levity amidst the seriousness of their situation. Izumi asked if he was hiding something, specifically whether it was Yu or Nijire. Izuku, feeling too exhausted to push her off his shoulder, questioned why she wanted to know. Izumi, bored with her broken arm, urged him to entertain her. Izuku sighed in exasperation, and Izumi guessed it was Yu. When Izuku asked for her reasoning, Izumi admitted she didn't know but noted that she wouldn't dare provoke Yu, suggesting that Izuku had an interesting time with her quirk. In a flashback, Yu inquired if she could make her quirk a physical ability. Izuku confirmed that she could, but warned her about the potential dangers. He advised her to start small, focusing her energy into a manageable area instead of letting it explode uncontrollably. As she held out her hand, a black orb began to form, scattering small star-like clusters before bursting into a small explosion. Izuku commented that she was almost there. Yu then asked what she should call it if she managed to control it, to which Izuku suggested 𝗵𝗃, deeming it fitting. Yu teased him about his gaming habits, and Izuku playfully retorted. The flashback ended, and Izumi called him a nerd. Izuku pointed out her own obsession with hero merchandise, gesturing to her room. Izumi reminded him that he used to be the same. Izuku claimed he had outgrown it, stating he was older now. Izumi countered that he wasn't even 20 yet. She then expressed her determination to attend school, despite her fears, emphasizing the importance of relying on her classmates and not wanting to let them down. Izuku assured her that he would support her in achieving her goals, confident that she would prevail even in the toughest situations. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was in a fit of rage, smashing a table to dust in the League of Villains' lair. Kurojirai commented on the cheap furniture he had resorted to due to Shigaraki's frequent outbursts. Shigaraki snapped back, and Kurojirai inquired if he had failed his task. The anger in Shigaraki dissipated upon hearing his mentor's voice. He stammered as he admitted to his failure and the loss of the Nomu, knowing that Ujiko would not be pleased. Shigaraki expressed his frustration, feeling that he had done everything right, spending countless hours on tactics, yet still falling short. His voice trembled as memories of his family's harsh treatment surfaced, reminding him of his sense of failure. Kurojirai observed silently, glancing at the overhead speaker. He then asked if he could interject, receiving permission to continue. Kurojirai pointed out that the plan to draw out All Might would have failed regardless, and noted that the students of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 were supposed to be harmed but had emerged unscathed. He concluded that the plan had been doomed from the start due to an unforeseen variable that had disrupted their intentions. A vigilante known as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was on a mission, targeting only criminals. However, his true identity remained a mystery, as the thugs referred to him as Demon. There was a concern that he might harm students or leave them in a state of despair, a miscalculation on the part of his observers. Accepting responsibility, Kurojirai acknowledged the situation and prepared to open a portal. As he did so, Shigaraki felt a wave of tension wash over him, his mind racing with thoughts of potential consequences, including his own demise. Just then, a reassuring hand rested on his shoulder, calming his fears. The figure spoke, expressing that he was not angry with Tamura. He explained that Tamura had impressed him with his strategic planning, emphasizing that failures were merely setbacks, valuable lessons to be learned. He shared his own experiences of failure, encouraging Tamura to view this setback as an opportunity for growth. With newfound determination, Shigaraki bowed, promising to do better. The figure instructed him to prepare for the next phase, assuring him of support in resolving outstanding issues. Kurojirai opened the portal once more, and the figure stepped through, leaving Shigaraki more resolved than ever. He vowed not to fail again. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stood over a recent target, glancing at a message from Spinner, which indicated that the League of Villains had an interest in him and requested a meeting. Confused by the phrasing, he pondered the implications. Suddenly, he heard a cry for help and instinctively leaped from one rooftop to another. In a moment of miscalculation, he lost his footing and fell, hitting the wall and the fire escape before crashing onto the concrete below. The impact knocked the breath out of him, and he lay there, enveloped in flames, feeling as if his body were disintegrating. Despite the pain coursing through him, he managed to rise, enduring the flames that engulfed him. His body twisted unnaturally, but he felt an overwhelming surge of resilience. Incredibly, he stood up as if nothing had happened, muttering a curse under his breath, feeling drained and desperate for relief from his suffering. Elsewhere, Izuku, filled with despair, reached for his wakizashi, contemplating an end to his pain. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, urging him to endure. It was a voice that brought both comfort and dread. He recognized it as a call to persevere, and he whispered the word, endure. A flashback unfolded, revealing a younger Izuku crying out for his father while hooked to medical machines. Isashi, his father, reassured him that everything would be all right, urging him to fight through the pain. The comforting words provided a momentary reprieve from his suffering, and Izuku felt a flicker of hope. As the flashback faded, Izuku gazed up at the night sky, reflecting on his father's promise and the strength he had shown despite unimaginable hardships. He recalled his sister's words, affirming that he was the strongest person she knew. Even in the face of adversity, he had managed to smile. Mirio expressed his determination to support Izuku, assuring him that they were friends who would never allow anyone to suffer alone. Tamaki hoped that, in the end, Izuku would find joy in their company, offering him a rare smile. Yu remarked that someone with Izuku's talent shouldn't face challenges alone, playfully reminding him that he still needed to teach him parry techniques, which brought a chuckle. 値conveyed her deep feelings for Izuku, stating that he was important to her. She promised that even if she had to face this alone, she would not stop until she found a way to ease his pain, believing he deserved all the happiness in the world. As the flashback faded, Izuku reflected on the burden he carried, realizing that he needed to be strong for his friends and for her. He resolved to endure and, using his glaive, prepared to hunt down his next target, embracing his will to fight harder than ever. Recognizing a familiar voice, he noted that the flaming butler, 𝗧𝗵𝗃, seemed eager for their meeting. Kurohige assured 𝗧𝗃 that he would do his best to execute the necessary steps for a plan, suggesting that it would be in 𗗧𝗃's best interest to listen to his MSTR's offer. 𗗧𝗃, skeptical, agreed to meet Kurohige's MSTR, and as a portal opened, he hesitated before stepping through, hoping he wouldn't regret his decision. Meanwhile, Toga lurked in the shadows, expressing her longing for Izuku as she continued her pursuit of his target, feeling disappointed that she couldn't enjoy more grapes in the meantime. Aizawa found himself increasingly frustrated as he reviewed photos of the aftermath at USJ, where the flame bearer had left behind a grim scene. Just then, he noticed Josie, the black cat he had taken in, jumping onto his desk, seeking his attention. Aizawa sighed, reaching out to pet her, when he felt arms wrap around him. Recognizing Emi's voice, he was reminded of her playful nature. Emi teased him about not wanting to leave him alone to become even grumpier, noting that Josie seemed to have the same idea. Aizawa acknowledged that she was enough company, to which Emi playfully responded that it was only half company, given Josie's unique quirk that left part of her body missing. Aizawa remarked that the best part was not needing to invest in a litter box, prompting Emi to lean against him with a playful boo. Curious about what had upset Aizawa, Emi asked about the figure the criminals were calling a demon. Aizawa explained that this individual, referred to as the Flame Bearer, was the last person he expected to encounter at USJ. He noted that this person had saved the students, questioning why they hadn't attacked them if they were part of the villainous group. Emi recalled that the Flame Bearer had only targeted thugs and known criminals in the area, leaving Aizawa to ponder the complexities of the situation. There was no justification for attacking children who bore scars deeper than anyone could imagine. Aizawa expressed his concern about one of his students who had taken to wearing a yellow cloak as part of her hero outfit. Emi asked if they had attempted to confiscate it, to which Aizawa replied that they had tested it for any signs of its original owner but found nothing. At her request, they allowed her to keep it, although it still troubled him. Emi inquired about their plan moving forward, and Aizawa shared that they hoped to speak with Nizu if they encountered the individual again. Emi had a hunch that whatever the Chimera wanted was likely illegal. Aizawa noted that anything associated with the Chimera was barely legal, citing the malfunctioning zero pointer as a prime example. He had warned Powerloader that things could spiral out of control if it was unleashed during the exams. Emi playfully suggested that Aizawa should be made principal, but he dismissed the idea, stating he already had enough stress managing a class full of mischievous students. As she rubbed his shoulder, he began to relax, especially with Josie purring nearby. Aizawa expressed his feelings of being trapped, torn between protecting his students and being moved into dangerous situations that could jeopardize their lives. He lamented that in all his years of teaching he had never faced such challenges and feared more obstacles lay ahead. Emi comforted him, inviting him to rest his head in her lap. Caught off guard, Aizawa remained stoic, and Emi teased him about how most men would enjoy such attention. He remarked that she sounded like Namuri, to which she playfully objected. Aizawa smirked slightly and closed his eyes, appreciating the moment. Emi assured him that if they ever encountered the Flame Bearer, regardless of whether they were an enemy, she would have his back. He promised to do the same for her, gripping her hand tightly. Meanwhile, Izumi asked if a certain project would be ready in time for the festival. Recovery Girl reassured her that it would be functional, noting that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 wasn't overexerting herself, unlike her father. When 𝗧𝗵𝗲 questioned why her father was considered reckless, Recovery Girl explained that he had been quite the troublemaker at her age. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 acknowledged that her brother had helped her avoid such behavior. Recovery Girl reminisced about 𝗧𝗑𝗵𝗲, 𝗧𝗵𝗲's brother, recalling how their father had set records for setting off fire alarms. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 laughed at the thought of her father being so disruptive that the school had to provide rain gear for everyone whenever he was around. Recovery Girl then inquired about 𝗧𝗵𝗲's mother, noting that their relationship seemed strained. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 reflected on her role as a mediator between her parents, wishing they could get along without her having to act as a go-between. As 𝗧𝗵𝗲 left the room, Recovery Girl expressed her disappointment at the situation, feeling that someone should uphold their promises. Outside, the atmosphere felt heavy, with the sun obscured by a haze. 𝗧𝗑 shivered in the cold, noticing dogs growling and fighting amongst themselves, blood and fur scattered around. Alarmed, he ran through a murky river, noticing a golden haze emanating from the water. The trees around him were lifeless, their stumps reaching up into an ashen fog. Confused, 𝗧𝗑 wondered what had happened. As he moved cautiously, he spotted a yellow light in the distance, a figure moving among the dead woods. Feeling a sense of relief, he approached but halted when he noticed the figure whispering and groaning, its body frail and distorted. The remnants of clothing hung loosely on it, and as it turned to face him, he was met with a multitude of eyes staring back from his skeletal visage. 𝗧𝗑 questioned the creature's identity, but it screamed in response, a yellow aura radiating from it. He attempted to flee but stumbled, and when he looked back, the creature had vanished. Panic surged as it reappeared, towering over him. 𝗧𝗑 felt a surge of dread as it reached out, screaming accusations at him. The creature seemed restrained, struggling to articulate a name that echoed in the air. Suddenly, 𝗬𝗪𝗓's voice broke through 𝗧𝗑's nightmare, bringing him back to reality. 𝗬𝗪𝗓 reminded him to stay focused, noting that he had been waiting for a while. As 𝗧𝗑 gathered his thoughts, Shigaraki approached, accusing him of disrupting his plans. Shigaraki's demeanor shifted when a portal formed between them, and 𝗬𝗪𝗓 urged him to refrain from attacking their guest. Shigaraki reluctantly apologized and left. 𝗬𝗪𝗓 invited 𝗧𝗑 to enter, explaining that they had much to discuss. Hesitant at first, 𝗧𝗑 stepped through the portal, hearing the sounds of machinery in the background. 𝗬𝗪𝗓 pointed out that 𝗧𝗑 had been interfering with his students' plans, setting the stage for a crucial conversation. The lights illuminated the figure resting on one of the medical beds, angled to meet his gaze. The absence of a face unsettled him. The stranger remarked that it was rude to stare, noting that he thought nothing would disturb the flame bearer, given the state he left his victims in. 𝗧𝗃 pondered why he had been summoned. The stranger chuckled, suggesting that it should be obvious he required 𝗧𝗃's services. In times of desperation, the real world presented ugly choices that could forever alter a man's perspective. Heroes, villains, criminals, and vigilantes all sought to assert their ideals, taking matters into their own hands. The world, as it stood, was decaying. 𝗧𝗃 questioned the stranger's assertion, prompting the stranger to elaborate. Despite the power one might accumulate throughout life, judgment fell not on achievements or hardships endured, but rather on what was deemed a birthright. The struggle between those with quirks and the quirkless had persisted, with the new generation often wishing to erase the past. 𝗧𝗃 urged the stranger to get to the point. The stranger sighed, explaining that the rot had penetrated deep, reaching the very roots of society. Attempts to salvage what remained would lead to a grim conclusion. The system could not be saved and must be cleansed for a new world to emerge. He claimed that 𝗧𝗃, the flame bearer, possessed the power to enact this cleansing. Merely burning away thugs and crime lords would not suffice. They would likely be replaced by someone even worse. 𝗧𝗃 countered that there were still individuals willing to effect change and believe in good. The stranger acknowledged this possibility but questioned 𝗧𝗃's certainty. He recalled how heroes had failed to save 3 children from a slime villain, waiting for someone with the right quirk to intervene. This corruption had existed since the dawn of quirks and would remain until addressed. 𝗧𝗃 expressed his reluctance to harm heroes, fearing the consequences of being wrong about their intentions. The stranger approached, placing a hand on his shoulder, sensing the pain, anger, and despair that plagued 𝗧𝗃. He suggested that 𝗧𝗃 was acting out of desperation, perhaps to protect someone. The stranger seemed to see through 𝗧𝗃's goals, prompting 𝗧𝗃 to challenge his understanding. The stranger claimed to know more about 𝗧𝗃 than he realized, stating that his time in this world was limited. This revelation shocked 𝗧𝗃, who instinctively drew his 𝗧𝗏𝗔𝗂, ready to defend himself against what he perceived as a true monster. The stranger found amusement in being labeled a devil, asserting that if he was indeed a devil, then 𝗧𝗃 was a demon, and he stood no chance against him. 𝗧𝗃 declared that a distant light would turn everything to ash, warning that merely gazing into his eyes would 𝗧𝗍 the stranger of his sanity. The stranger acknowledged this but pointed out 𝗧𝗃's aversion to using his power, which required a life to quell his daily pain. 𝗧𝗃 demanded to know how the stranger had this knowledge and who he was. In an instant, the stranger was behind him, revealing himself as someone important. Someone who understood 𝗧𝗃 better than he understood himself and held a truth that could truly shatter him. As the stranger walked away, Izuku's flame began to build again, and 𝗧𝗃 felt the impact of the stranger's words. His body ignited, and the stranger remarked that 𝗧𝗃's fragile shell had turned against him. The power he had been blessed with was now something he could not fully control. Struggling to regain his footing, 𝗧𝗃 cursed under his breath. The stranger offered to take away his burden with a simple handshake, promising that if 𝗧𝗃 bestowed his strength, he would live a life free of pain. For a moment, the pain subsided as 𝗧𝗃 saw the stranger's hand reaching out to him. He hesitated, recalling a memory of 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who had warned him that the power he possessed was his alone. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had expressed gratitude that 𝗧𝗃 had received it, emphasizing the implications of its use. Izuku had questioned whether the suffering was worth it, to which 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had replied that 𝗧𝗃's compassion kept the power at bay and urged him not to give in, for his sake and for the sake of his loved ones. As the memory faded, 𝗧𝗃 withdrew his hand, struggling to stand tall before the stranger. He declared that this burden was his alone, and he would not allow others to suffer for his sake. The stranger noted that most would leap at such an opportunity, but 𝗧𝗃 insisted that even the stranger should not bear his burden. The stranger accepted this, stating that he would not hold it against 𝗧𝗃. However, perhaps in exchange, some knowledge would be shared. 𝗧𝗃 raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A vision flashed in his mind, revealing a figure wielding an 𝗧𝗏𝗔𝗂, lifting the sword overhead before moving it forward with great speed. 𝗧𝗃 recognized the move. It was Fire Drake's signature technique, typically accompanied by flames. The stranger encouraged him to use this knowledge as he wished. 𝗧𝗃 questioned whether he was truly being allowed to leave. At that moment, a portal opened behind him. The stranger acknowledged 𝗧𝗃's remarkable power but emphasized the importance of respecting one's choice to showcase their abilities, especially in his presence. 𝗧𝗃 contemplated this and prepared to depart when the stranger mentioned the name 𝗧𝗵𝗲. 𝗧𝗃 paused, confused. The stranger explained that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was the name of the demon of blindness, a fitting title given 𝗧𝗃's history of inflicting harm. With a dismissive wave, the stranger urged him to go. 𝗧𝗃 left without another word as the stranger pressed a button, summoning 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗏, who appeared promptly. The stranger instructed 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗏 to ensure that the flame bearer would be known as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 among the villains. Despite any pretense of heroism, they understood his true nature. Izumi observed the excitement around her, feeling a mix of emotions. Jiraiya acknowledged the atmosphere, while Mina suggested they head to the mall. Jiraiya expressed his reluctance, but Mina insisted they should relax a bit. Just then, Kirishima joined the conversation, mentioning that the training store was located there. Izumi smiled, considering the idea when Aizawa entered the room unexpectedly, surprising everyone. Denki exclaimed in disbelief, while Momo questioned Aizawa's presence. Lita expressed concern, reminding Aizawa that he should be resting. Aizawa, however, preferred to be present to instruct them about the upcoming festival, despite having to disregard his wife's advice about recovery. Mina lamented their situation, and Kaminari agreed, commenting on the harshness of the world. Aizawa acknowledged the challenges they had faced, especially after the events at USJ. He reminded them that the school offered counseling for those who needed it, recognizing the weight of their experiences. He glanced at 𝗓𝗪, who appeared unsettled by the reminder of the villain's attack. Struggling to gather his thoughts, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗔 pulled out a stack of papers. Lita offered to assist, and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗔 instructed him to distribute the papers to each student. Izumi inquired about the contents, and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗔 revealed they were transfer slips, prompting shock among the students. Ochako questioned whether they were being asked to transfer, but 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗔 clarified that the slips were optional, allowing them to enter either the generals or support courses if they wished. Lita sought clarification on why they were being given this option. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗔 explained that they had all endured something traumatic at USJ, something no child their age should experience. He admitted to feeling responsible for their safety and wanted to provide them with the choice to leave if they desired. The classroom fell silent as the students processed his words. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗔 expressed his regret for not being able to protect them, emphasizing that this was not a personal decision but rather a reflection of his perspective as their teacher. Izumi spoke up, reminding 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗔 that they were heroes in training and that he had fought valiantly against the monster, helping them survive when they were separated. Kirishima enthusiastically supported her statement, declaring 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗔 the most admirable teacher. Kaminari, though unsure of the meaning, agreed wholeheartedly. Momo added that 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗔 still had much to teach them, and 𝗓𝗪 and the others echoed their support. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗔, behind his bandages, smirked at their determination. He then instructed them to either return the signed papers or not by the next day and encouraged them to discuss it with their families. Shifting the topic, he reminded them that the sports festival was approaching, urging them to train and catch up on any assignments. He settled back into his yellow sleeping bag, allowing the class to converse at an appropriate volume. Izumi sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Mina, noticing her expression, playfully called her 𝗧𝗵𝗲, prompting Izumi to question the nickname. Mina shrugged it off, insisting it was just a fun name. Izumi decided to join Mina and the others at the mall, feeling she had the time. Mina cheered silently at her acceptance, and Izumi inquired about their plans. Mina replied that they would simply hang out, and Izumi agreed, hoping for a calm outing. After classes ended, Izumi and her classmates began packing to leave for the mall. She called out to Shoka, who jumped at the sudden attention. Izumi asked if Shoto was joining them, to which Shoka replied that he had other commitments. Izumi expressed her disappointment and then reassured Shoka that she wouldn't be intruding by joining them. Shoka seemed relieved, and Izumi encouraged her to come along. The group decided to enjoy their time together, and one of them extended a hand for Shoka to take. After a moment of hesitation, she smiled slightly and accepted the gesture, getting pulled up. They were all eager to leave, with one excitedly shouting in agreement. Another reminded everyone to keep their voices down, emphasizing they were still on school grounds. As they approached the door, Izumi opened it, only to find a large group of students blocking the way. A blond boy stepped forward, looking smug, and declared that they were Class 1B, challenging Class 1A as their rivals. Izumi was taken aback and asked how they could assist. The blonde's expression shifted from smug to furious as he introduced himself as Nito Monoma and accused Class 1A of thinking they were superior because of their recent encounter with villains. The members of Class 1A were left speechless by this unexpected declaration. Izumi tried to respond, but Monoma continued to provoke them, insisting they were just pretending to be humble. One of the other students attempted to intervene, suggesting that Monoma was mistaken about Class 1A's attitude. Monoma dismissed this, and the tension escalated until Momo, feeling embarrassed, pleaded for the confrontation to end. Just then, a girl with orange hair approached Monoma, expressing her disapproval of his behavior. She questioned why he was trying to provoke Class 1A, reminding him of their shared experience during a recent crisis. 𝗓𝗪 stepped forward, expressing her frustration. She pointed out that witnessing violence did not make them better. Rather, it haunted them with nightmares. She urged Monoma to stop implying that they thought they were superior. With that, she pushed past him, and the rest of Class 1B began to disperse, allowing Class 1A to continue on their way. Izumi apologized for the confrontation, and Kendo took responsibility, assuring them it would be addressed. As they finally left the school, one of their friends, who had missed the earlier events, inquired about what had happened. The group decided it was best not to delve into the details. Another member expressed frustration about those who sought to belittle others, mumbling under his breath as he walked away. His friend called out to him, urging him to wait up, and the group made their way toward the mall. Meanwhile, Izuku was dealing with his own troubles, wiping blood from his nose after a confrontation. His aggressor, Meiko, taunted him, but Izuku remained unfazed, asserting that nothing Meiko did could compare to the pain he faced daily. As Meiko attempted to strike again, Izuku deftly dodged, causing Meiko to hit the wall instead. Taking advantage of the moment, Izuku retaliated with a punch, and Meiko's frustration grew as he struggled to land a hit. Meiko, desperate, formed a sharp crystal on his arm and charged at Izuku, who sidestepped once more, causing Meiko to embed the crystal into the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku landed another blow, prompting Meiko to flee. As Izuku made his escape toward the train station, he heard Meiko's voice calling out to him, a familiar challenge echoing in his mind. He continued to run, pushing through the familiar pain in his chest for what felt like the 100th time, but he chose to ignore it for now. Upon reaching the station, he realized he had lost sight of the others. He was relieved to catch his breath, though the curious glances from bystanders made him feel a bit embarrassed. He took a seat, waiting for the train to arrive, and checked his phone to find a message from Nijire, asking if he wanted to hang out again. A smile crept onto his face as he replied with a yes, knowing she would be excited. She was already at the location with Mirio and the others. As the train approached, he heard shouts from behind him, and he quickly boarded, finding a seat and pulling his hoodie over his head to hide. He noticed Meiko and the others running up, searching for him, but the train doors closed just in time, and it departed. He sighed in relief, listening to the rhythmic sounds of the train. He wondered what Izumi was up to, despite the lingering sting from the earlier incident that had left a mark on his shirt. He made sure his hoodie concealed it. The train came to a stop, and a group of students entered, chatting excitedly. He moved to give them space but paused when he heard Izumi's voice calling for him. She was being playfully dragged in by a girl with pink skin, reminiscent of how she used to tease him. Bakugo, with his usual annoyance, spotted him and called out, demanding attention. Izuku knew Bakugo's reputation for being confrontational, and he braced himself for the encounter. Bakugo questioned why he was there, implying that his presence was unwelcome. Izuku shot back, pointing out that using public transportation was normal. Bakugo's harsh words cut deeper as he suggested that no one cared about him, and he hoped Izumi would realize the truth when it was too late. Just as Izuku was about to respond, Kirishima intervened, pulling Bakugo away while still keeping his eyes on Izuku. Izuku sighed, feeling the weight of Bakugo's words. Just then, Izumi rushed over, hugging him tightly. He greeted her with a smile, curious about her plans. She mentioned going to the mall with her classmates, and he noticed the group's attention shifting toward them. Jairu whispered to Mina, confirming that Izumi was indeed his sister. Mina was surprised, recalling how much Izumi had talked about him. As they exchanged pleasantries, Izumi introduced him to her classmates, and he felt a bit uncomfortable under their scrutiny. He waved and introduced himself, correcting Lida when he assumed his last name. The classmates chuckled at his response, and Mina excitedly mentioned how much Izumi had shared about him. Kirishima complimented him on his physique, which made him slightly self-conscious. The conversation took a humorous turn when Kaminari asked for advice on impressing girls, while Mineta chimed in with his own ridiculous suggestion. Both were quickly silenced by their classmates, and Izuku shook his head, stating he wasn't an expert on such matters. Momo then asked if she could seek his opinion on her hero costume, and he hesitantly agreed. Momo showed him a photo of her outfit, and he instinctively looked away, feeling it was a bit revealing. She admitted that it was a concern for her, and Izumi urged her to put the phone away. Izuku asked about her quirk, leading to a lengthy discussion about how she managed it and the challenges she faced. The others chimed in with their comments, some more humorous than others, while Izuku listened intently, trying to offer support and understanding. However, one must also consider the potential hazards of handling certain items, especially if they are radioactive or toxic. This could be managed by creating the necessary tools to handle such materials. But does the item even exit the body directly? If so, is the material mentioned going to be harmful to you or not? Regardless, the adaptability of the item to various situations is impressive in itself. Izumi called out to Izuku, who continued mumbling. She playfully flicked him on the cheek, causing him to react with a slight wince and a blush of embarrassment. Momo reassured him, saying not to worry about it, though she was a bit surprised by some of the insights he shared about her quirk. Izuku cleared his throat and asked if her quirk required her to show skin. Momo confirmed that it did, prompting Izuku to suggest that she could create items from the same material that Midnight's outfit used. Momo inquired further, and Izuku explained that the regenerative materials would only expose her skin for a moment, allowing her time to create whatever item she needed. Momo found this idea appealing, especially since she already used a cloak. Izumi smirked, proud of the information shared. Izuku expressed his happiness in being able to help, while Shoka remained quiet, simply observing. Shoto noticed her silence and asked what was wrong. Shoka replied softly that nothing was the matter. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, the train came to a stop. Mina excitedly announced that it was their stop, and Izuku confirmed he was getting off too. Kaminari exclaimed in surprise that he was headed there as well, while Izumi asked if it was about a certain someone. Izuku sighed and confirmed it was. Mina teased him about having a girlfriend, which made him chuckle lightly as they disembarked the train and approached the mall. Momo asked Izuku if he had a quirk, catching Izumi off guard. Izuku hesitated, trying to think of a way to change the subject. Just then, Mina shouted in excitement that they had arrived, pulling Momo toward the front. Momo protested, but Izuku took the opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief. Izumi apologized for her earlier behavior, and Izuku ruffled her hair, assuring her it was all right. Jdźru wondered if Izuku was quirkless based on his response, trying not to intrude despite her sensitive hearing. Izuku then told everyone he would be leaving for now and encouraged them to enjoy themselves without worrying about him. Izumi agreed to have fun, and Izuku bid farewell to the group. Mina shouted goodbye from the front, while Jdźru and Lita wished him a good day. Kirishima called out to him, and Bakugo merely grumbled. As Izuku left, he felt a bit stressed from the earlier questions, but he pushed through it and headed to the third floor. Momo remarked on how Izumi held him in high regard, and Mina and Jdźru agreed he seemed cool. Kirishima added that he was manly, while Tsuyu contemplated how Izumi spoke about her brother. She noticed that whenever someone asked about Izuku's quirk, he would dodge the question, often scratching at his chest as if it were a coping mechanism. Izumi expressed her happiness that everyone liked him, and Shiro commented on how awesome he seemed. Kaminari asked if Izuku had a girlfriend, and Mineta eagerly wanted to know his secrets. Izumi used her quirk to keep them at a distance, stating she wasn't aware of any girlfriend. Shoka blushed slightly, prompting Shoto to raise an eyebrow at her reaction. As Izuku reached the third floor, he noticed someone and advised them to conceal themselves better while walking into a small corner of the store. Toga cheerfully responded that she didn't need to hide from him. Izuku apologized for not talking much lately, and Toga assured him it was fine as long as she was near him, hugging his arm. He then asked her to give him her hand, and when she did, he placed something in her palm. She gasped in delight upon seeing a grape and quickly popped it into her mouth, making noises that Izuku wished she wouldn't. He asked her to keep it down, to which Toga responded with excitement. Izuku then explained that he had another reason for calling her there. He revealed that the League of Villains was looking for recruits and needed her to join them, promising that she would receive more grapes in return. He cautioned her about the importance of maintaining her identity and mentioned he had ideas to help with that. Toga eagerly agreed and left with a playful remark. Izuku cursed himself for letting the name Shabriri affect him. Just then he heard Nijire calling out to him from a distance, and he tried to lift his spirits. He greeted her in return. A large crowd gathered in front of 𝗬𝗧 Stadium for the annual 𝗬𝗧 Sports Festival, with the excitement palpable as people entered the stadium. Mirio expressed his enthusiasm, while Tamaki, irritated, questioned why he was there. Yu explained they wanted to see the new batch of students. Tamaki grumbled about preferring to watch from home, but 𝗎𝗎𝘗 mentioned 𝗧𝗂𝘂 would be there, which piqued his interest. Mirio encouraged Tamaki to join them, teasing him about being curious about Izumi's skills. Tamaki reluctantly agreed but still considered going back home. Mirio, undeterred, led them into the stadium, where vendors displayed various hero merchandise, including limited editions. Mirio toward the nearest stall, dragging Tamaki along, who stumbled and accidentally bumped into someone, exclaiming in surprise. He looked closely to see it was MT Lady. She commented on how excessive their attention was, despite her attractive looks. Yu called out for Mirio, who held up a box labeled 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. Tamaki questioned if Mirio had gone crazy just for that. Mirio explained that it was a limited edition 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 figure, made exclusively in the US. It was modeled after 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏's Oni outfit, which was designed to terrify villains, almost mythical in its presence. These figures had sold out on the first day. Yu agreed that it seemed fitting, imagining how many villains must have been frightened by him. Tamaki acknowledged the situation, while MT Lady felt ignored as they focused more on the figure than on her. With a huff, she walked away, and fans began asking for autographs, basking in their praises. Tamaki remarked that the issue had resolved itself, and Mirio suggested they move on. Yu expressed frustration, feeling as if there was an emergency dragging them around like that. Tamaki mentioned he was used to it by now. Mirio playfully questioned when he had last done something like that, and Tamaki reminded him of last year's festival. Yu added that it was after their first festival when Mirio had rushed to the vendors without clothes. Mirio defended himself, saying he was in a hurry. Yu pointed out that their teacher had clearly said the vendors would be there after the activities. Mirio argued that it felt like being given leftovers since all the good stuff was gone by the time he arrived. Tamaki suggested they move on, and Mirio agreed, dragging him along to their seats. 𝗎𝗎𝘗 waved enthusiastically, and 𝗧𝗂𝘂 smiled lightly in response. Mirio greeted them, and Yu expressed relief at finally seeing them. Tamaki asked to be let go, yanking his hoodie out of Mirio's grasp as they sat down. Mirio greeted 𝗧𝗂𝘂, who apologized for being busy lately. Yu reassured him it was no problem, just curious about his absence. Tamaki mentioned that 𝗧𝗂𝘂's sister had been non-stop about him. 𝗧𝗂𝘂 acknowledged that he could tell. 𝗎𝗎𝘗 then asked if they had gotten in all right, to which Yu replied that it was the usual. 𝗎𝗎𝘗 seemed surprised, prompting 𝗧𝗂𝘂 to ask what she meant. Yu explained that Mirio had spotted some hero merchandise and had dragged the nearest person to get in quickly, ensuring his place. Tamaki noted that this was usually him. Mirio blushed, justifying his actions by saying these were limited editions, and he didn't want to miss the chance to get one. 𝗧𝗂𝘂 inquired about the figure, and Mirio's eyes lit up as he revealed it. He presented the limited edition of 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏's Oni costume. 𝗧𝗂𝘂 recognized the figure, having owned every first edition up to when his father had passed. He pointed out that beyond the first release, all figures were second editions. Mirio dismissed the specifics, stating he just wanted to get a hold of them. 𝗧𝗂𝘂 acknowledged his point, and 𝗎𝗎𝘗 expressed surprise at 𝗧𝗂𝘂's knowledge of hero items. He explained that he used to be a big fan when he was younger, but not anymore. Now his sister was the one obsessed with collecting every figure possible. Yu agreed, calling her a true collector. Mirio then asked if 𝗧𝗂𝘂 minded what figures he had. This brought them into uncomfortable territory, but 𝗧𝗂𝘂 decided to share that he had every 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 figurine up until his father passed. Mirio was taken aback, and Yu reacted dramatically, while Mirio excitedly insisted that 𝗧𝗂𝘂 had to show him someday. Yu playfully pulled on Mirio's ear in response. 𝗎𝗎𝘗 laughed nervously, and 𝗧𝗂𝘂 watched the playful conflict with confusion. Tamaki, unfazed, wondered why he put up with them. 𝗎𝗎𝘗 then asked if 𝗧𝗂𝘂 thought his sister would win, to which he replied that he wasn't sure but was proud of her for coming this far. Meanwhile, Izumi was trying to pump herself up for the festival, feeling a bit nervous. Shoka noticed her unease and pointed out that it wasn't like her to be nervous. Izumi explained that she wanted to make her brother proud. Shoka asked what would happen if she didn't do well, to which Izumi recalled a conversation with her brother, where he reassured her that her training had brought her this far, and it didn't matter if she didn't perform perfectly. Izumi affirmed that she felt better after remembering that. Shoka, feeling a twinge of jealousy, noticed where Izumi was looking and saw her brother Shoto talking to their father. Izumi was about to approach them when Shoka stopped her, warning that it wouldn't end well. They overheard 𝗵𝗲𝗏 telling Shoto not to let anyone sway his mindset, emphasizing that he expected results from him, unlike his sister. Hearing this made Shoka feel ashamed. Izumi then intervened, drawing their attention and confronting 𝗵𝗏𝗏 about how he should treat others. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 recognized her as Izumi Yagi, catching her off guard. She insisted that he shouldn't speak about her sister that way. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 dismissed her, calling her nosy and reckless, while Shoto defended Izumi. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 acknowledged Shoka's presence and told her to try to make it to the finish line before leaving. Izumi expressed her frustration at 𝗵𝗏𝗏's attitude, while Shoto surprisingly agreed with her. Izumi checked on Shoka, who said she needed some time and walked away. Izumi sighed, feeling surrounded by familial problems. As the event was about to start, Shigaraki expressed indifference, while Kurojirai advised him to observe potential enemies, as it could be crucial for their cause. Shigaraki grumbled about the festival, and as he spoke, the door opened, revealing Kurojirai, who acknowledged the presence of the hero killer. Shigaraki stood up immediately. Stain observed the League of Villains and noted the small number of members. Shigaraki explained that only those worthy could join the group, emphasizing that he would not allow just anyone in. Stain acknowledged this as he sat down, and Kurojirai poured a drink for him. Behind Stain were two unfamiliar figures. Shigaraki inquired about their presence, knowing Stain was supposed to come alone. Stain gestured for one of them to step forward. The individual was slightly taller than Shigaraki, close in age, but marked by scars across his body and black spiky hair. He introduced himself simply as 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Shigaraki asked 𝗬𝗏𝗏 what he hoped to achieve by joining. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 expressed his longing to burn all heroes to ash. Shigaraki responded with a dismissive sound. Next, Shigaraki turned his attention to the girl beside 𝗬𝗏𝗏. She had blonde hair tied into two buns and wore a yellow cloak adorned with a flaming eye. A pale cloth covered her eyes, revealing only her wide smile. She introduced herself as Hyeta, stating that her true name would remain a secret for now. Shigaraki recalled a conversation with Izuku, who had advised Toga to keep her identity hidden for their mutual safety. Toga had agreed and asked for a name, to which Izuku suggested she be known as Hyeta, the one who searches for the distant light. Toga had found the name amusing. Stain and 𝗬𝗏𝗏 watched Toga with interest, noting her enthusiasm for her alias and the hint of something darker in her demeanor. Shigaraki questioned her reference to the distant light. Toga explained that she wished to find the flame bearer because she saw light in him. Shigaraki bluntly remarked on her insanity, but Toga remained unfazed, declaring her intention to follow the flame bearer and hoping that joining the league would bring her closer to her goal. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 found her unsettling, noting how different she seemed from the bloodthirsty person he once knew. Shigaraki snapped 𝗬𝗏𝗏 out of his thoughts, asking about his purpose in life. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 reiterated his goal to kill heroes and watch them burn. Toga echoed his sentiments, adding that their cries would be silenced by the flames and that 𝗬𝗏𝗏 would be their lord, freeing them from their pain. Shigaraki acknowledged their proven worth and stated that he would not judge their pasts, emphasizing that they would be equals in the league and would support one another. Stain observed Shigaraki's leadership qualities and hoped for the best. Shigaraki announced that they would be accepted into the league. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 expressed his willingness to join, and Toga eagerly agreed as well. Shigaraki advised her to keep her poetic tendencies to herself, which made Toga giggle. Stain had no objections to their joining, and Kurojirai welcomed them. However, Stain had one request. He would continue his pursuit of certain heroes, but he would not oppose Shigaraki. Kurojirai inquired if 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and Toga needed a place to stay. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 agreed, wanting a bed, while Toga happily accepted the offer. Kurojirai promised to prepare rooms for them and welcomed them to the league. Shigaraki warned Toga that her obsession with the flame bearer would not interfere with his orders. Toga agreed to follow his commands. Meanwhile, at the annual 𝗬𝗏𝗏 sports festival, The crowd cheered as the announcer expressed excitement about the event and the growth of the students. Among the spectators were Mirio and others, with Izuku watching closely. Mirio asked how Izumi would perform, and Izuku expressed his unwavering pride in her. Yu commented on Izuku's sweetness, noting that most siblings might be harsher. Izuku reflected on their past relationship, explaining how Izumi had grown more understanding of his situation over time. 𝗎𝗎𝘀 noticed the somber tone in Izuku's voice and wanted to lighten the mood. She touched his shoulder and offered him a drink, encouraging him to try it. As Izuku leaned in, 𝗎𝗎𝘀 playfully pulled the straw back, causing him to miss. Confused for a moment, Izuku realized her intentions when she leaned in closer. 𝗎𝗎𝘀 suddenly jerked back, looking at Izuku with surprise. She playfully asked what he thought, and Izuku, still speechless, felt a change within him. The pain he had been experiencing had lessened, replaced by a new sensation. Yu laughed, suggesting that 𝗎𝗎𝘀 had broken him, while Tamaki chuckled in agreement. Izuku stammered, struggling to find his words, but instead of responding, 𝗎𝗎𝘀 took his hand and hugged him. Mirio smiled, pleased for his friend, as the first event of the festival was about to begin. Izumi felt a wave of nerves wash over her. She turned to see Mei from the support class and greeted her with a smile, though she recalled their last encounter with some reluctance. In a flashback, she remembered sending her costume to Power Loader for repairs, ensuring her gear was in top shape, especially the armor Izuku had given her. As she approached the class, Ochako called out to her, and Izumi smiled back. Just then, an explosion rocked the door, sending Izumi flying backward as something struck her. Ochako and Ida stood in shock at the sudden chaos. Power Loader, the support course teacher, shouted in frustration at Mei, while Izumi groaned in pain. She felt a soft weight on her head and opened her eyes to see Mei, who greeted her casually. Annoyed, Izumi pushed her off, commenting on her lack of decency. The flashback ended, and Mei eagerly asked if Izumi had tested her inventions yet. Izumi replied that she hadn't had the chance, to which Mei responded that she would be waiting for the results. Feeling nervous, Izumi noticed Shoto approaching. Shoto reminded her of their earlier conversation, intensifying the atmosphere. Izumi smirked, accepting the challenge. As the event began, Izumi felt a gut instinct to wait. Jairu, overhearing her thoughts, decided to follow her lead. When the signal was given, the door swung open, and as Izumi had predicted, Shoto and Shoka froze the ground behind them. Bakugo erupted in anger, yelling at another student until 𝗧𝗂𝘁 from 1B intervened, demanding silence. Seizing the opportunity, Izumi propelled herself over the ice, using her quirk to glide past the patches. The announcer declared the first challenge, the Endless Void, revealing a large ditch with ropes strung across it. Bakugo, grinning, jumped over the gap, shooting at the ropes. Izumi, frustrated by his antics, focused on traversing the ropes. When Jairu lost her grip and began to fall, Izumi quickly grabbed her hand and used her quirk to launch them both to safety. Kaminari's shout echoed as he fell into the void, splashing into the water below. Izumi apologized as she continued running, trying to catch up. 𝗎𝗎𝘀 expressed surprise at the changes in the challenge, while Izuku questioned what she meant. Mirio reminisced about their first-year experience, and Tamaki noted that the previous hole had been empty. Yu added that many had feared falling in, making the current challenge surprising. Izuku worried about Izumi's safety as he watched her rescue another student, noticing a strange green electricity surrounding her. Curiosity piqued, he wondered if her quirk had awakened. Mirio pointed out the next challenge, and Izuku braced himself. Izumi jumped over another student, spotting Bakugo ahead, who was trying to outpace Shoka. As Bakugo attempted to blast her, Izumi narrowly avoided the explosion, leaping over Shoka's ice wall just as it shattered. Frustrated, she yelled at Bakugo to let up, while Shoka tried to maneuver past them. Bakugo, in a fit of anger, pushed Shoka toward Izumi, causing them to stumble. They quickly regained their footing, only to see a line of 0-pointers blocking their path. The announcer declared the next challenge, a wave of 0-pointers. Izumi screamed as she was thrown back, and Shoka quickly created an ice wall to shield them from the dust. They exchanged determined nods, ready to face the challenge together. Using her telekinesis, Izumi reinforced the ice wall as the 0-pointers stomped the ground, sending shockwaves through the arena. Bakugo spat out dust and tried to push through, while Izumi and Shoka managed to navigate the first wave. Meanwhile, Izuku focused on Nijire, who clung to him tightly. He was internally panicking as he wondered about the budget for the event. Izumi celebrated as she got past the 0-pointers, and Shoka complimented her. In a playful moment, Izumi flung dirt at Shoka, who reacted in surprise. As Izumi sped up with her quirk, Bakugo surged ahead, followed closely by Shoto. Izumi was shocked to see the finish line so close, but Bakugo's manic laughter filled the air just before a plume of pink smoke erupted, engulfing both students. As they entered the minefield, careful observation was crucial to determine who would emerge victorious. Izumi, feeling the sweat trickle down her face and into her eyes, found herself caught in a tense moment. She had already pushed her telekinesis to its limits, even injuring herself in the process. Now, stuck in the minefield with her brother watching in concern, she needed to devise a solution. Glancing around, she noticed Bakugo and Shoto nearing the finish line. Stumbling slightly, she spotted a piece of debris from the 0-pointer earlier. An idea sparked in her mind, and a smirk,